Good morning everybody and welcome to Edinburgh International Airport. Plane you are gazing on, British Airways, self-explanatory really, A321neo on its way to London Heathrow. So we are into the action nice and briskly. Hope you're doing well. Just bear with me whilst I make a couple of tweaks. Grateful if folks could confirm the sound is okay, not too quiet or too loud, or any of those in-between moments. We do have a Lauda inbound from Vienna, a Lauda Europe A320, which is what British Airways are holding for at the minute. So I'm just going to have a quick scooch round. No clock or location on today's show. I don't know what I was thinking about, but I could have sworn I'd installed it and I've not. So I had a sneaky suspicion we might have been diverting to Newcastle again today, so that's probably at the back of my lack of preparedness with the clock graphic, but hey ho. So I'm going to start doing a bit of chat now. In fact, I think I can probably grab the plane. So anyone watching doesn't know who's doing the talking, it's Mark, pleased to meet you. And here's your first inbound. And Paul's hijinks, first in the chat, I see. It's like an Olympic sport really, isn't it? Political bias, second in the chat. And let's just have a think. Let's have a think. Mohawk, Scotland, also on the podium. So good morning all three of you, welcome to the show. I see we've got Dopey Gorp, superstar moderator in the house too. Hope you're keeping well, buddy. Pretty serene. We'll get a closer look at that probably in a minute. First departure though of the show is first order of business. I'm just going to jump back into the chat actually whilst this gently noses itself around. So Truckfest, I see Paul's hijinks mentions that. Yeah, it's not clever for me, Paul. It would be clever if someone else had thought of it. It just time I tend to arrive. To be fair, last time we clashed with a show up here, I think it was a bike show, as in motorbikes, and they were, no, car show, it was a car show, weren't it? They were queuing out everywhere. I mean, they were all over the place. Even when I went to McDonald's at early o'clock, loads of people meeting up with buddies there. I haven't seen the same thing around Truckfest yet, so whether it starts later or something, I don't know. Anyway, let's just see how we do. Interesting, Mohawk Scotland says mess traffic wise yesterday and Friday afternoon, so perhaps it's done. I'm sure word on the street was it was on today as well. What do you reckon, folks? I think that is a very empty plane. Very empty. Jet 2 next in the blocks. I've got a feeling that might be off to... In fact, let's not have a feeling, Mark, because I'm always bloody wrong. No, I was going to say Dubrovnik. For some reason, I thought that had gone out while I was setting up. Should have had the courage of my convictions. As soon as that starts rolling, I'll take us away from the Lauda. But as this is the only Lauda we're going to see today, we may as well have a few more minutes in its company. Yeah, Mohawk, Scotland, I'm good parking wise on Kirkliston side. There were a few more cars than usual, to be fair, but I think that's just genuinely folks watching people, you know, friends depart, that kind of thing. See, that's what a fully loaded plane looks like, isn't it? We usually get a piece of it, and then the tree obscures the view. It's a nice view, isn't it? A bit nippy here today as well. Don't worry, Paul's hijinks. We're going to Aberdeen, as you know. Although, I'm not sure about the weather today, whether it's better there than here. I think summer feels like it's cleared off. So, although I'm not wearing a coat at the minute, I'm expecting to be coated before we finish. Fairly decent probability of rain, although it's not definite by a long chalk. And it was raining a little bit on my way in, so I'm kind of set up here so I can quickly pivot into rain mode, Formula One style. Sean locks it. Okay, good. Hello to you. You're on the flight leaving the Qatar flight, leaving Edinburgh. Which side of the plane are you, Sean? Are you going to be starboard, towards the front, middle, back? Can we vector onto you somehow? You can shine a light for us at the window. Be nice if we can see you. Big wave from Mark to Deborah Speller. In fact, it's a two-handed wave. Sorry, I've not got the camera up today. I've gone for a conservative wet weather type setup. Seemed to be the sensible thing to do. Good morning, HGC. Hello, and I hope you are keeping well. Ash Watts is in the house. Good morning to you, buddy. Happy Sunday. Indeed that. It's kind of a little bit, I don't know what the weather was doing here yesterday, but we've had a couple of decent days down in Northumberland. Mrs. PSA and I went out on the bikes Friday up the coast, walking in the Simonside Hills yesterday, and both were great, lovely conditions. Not too hot, not as tough as it is for friends of ours that live in hotter jurisdictions, or indeed the southeast of the UK. Really nice. Today though, got a bit of an autumnal nip, I reckon, down here on Almond Bank. God's honest truth. Dopey Gorp says, I'm a little loud. Okay, thank you, buddy. Let's just make an adjustment. Right, Dopey Gorp, just tell me, and if anybody else has got anything different. I've got the mic in the usual place on the usual settings, but it did seem a little bit louder to me too. So, Ash Watts, a member of the PSA Crew Lounge for 6 months. So we're going to get those fireworks up momentarily. Good morning to... We'll try, I'll see if I can take a good video with the Qatar, Sean. I don't knowingly attempt to do a bad one, but yeah, I'll see what I can do, pal. You're out at 8 o'clock, isn't it? So, let's just see. Although I think it came in late. I'm pretty sure I was still drinking my coffee when it rolled past. My medicinal coffee. Right, let's get Ash Watts' fireworks up. It seems to be the moment, if we can. Oh dear. So this little piggy is off to London Gatwick, a British Airways City Flyer, 10 years of age the aircraft, an Embraer 190 standard. first Embraer of the show. Just spotting with rain as well now, that's a bit of a nuisance. Good morning Tina York, happy Sunday to you. Dopey Gore, member for 15 months, triggering another firework moment. Wow, how time flies indeed. Dopey Gore, you've been a fantastic friend to the channel. So let's just get this in the book. With us right at the beginning. In fact, if I remember, I often like mentioning this because I like stuff like this. With us before we actually launched. Anyway, fireworks for you, pal. I don't think hazing is going to be an issue today somehow. Bruce 747, good morning. Oi oi all indeed. And actually Chigwell's Chigwell's finest is in the house. Just having a wrestle getting used to the feedback in my headset. Feels like we've not streamed for a while. Technically correct. Last Sunday, wasn't it? We were baking our socks off at Newcastle Airport. Waving off Newcastle United, who are back today, but not till 9 o'clock tonight, so that's a mission we're not going to be flying. Something I did spot, and Edinburgh friends will know perhaps a bit more. I'm going to assume that's a 757. Curious what it was doing there, whether it's gone tech, out of position. I know the second of the Newark flights today has been cancelled, but I don't think they had an overnight plane here that, anyway, let's just see. Anyone knows? Do tell. Mario Sebt. I'm not sure, Mario. I never say your name quite right, do I? But good morning to you. The weather prospects here are fairly gentle. Like I was saying earlier on in the show, let's just move us to the live action, or what will be the live action. Oh, Ryanair departure. Just there. I suppose better have a quick look see and see where it's actually going. Might be a spiffing thing to do. Palma de Mallorca. So Max 8 200, brand new in May of this year. So bag's still on the seats of that baby. Well, probably not, but who knows. So Mohawk says there was a United A320 Neo in yesterday on a ferry flight. Interesting, because Edinburgh is a staging point, isn't it? Let me get the reg up on this. Pretty sure that's a 757. I think I recognise the reg. But anyway, by the by, I don't think we're going to get to see it depart, but who knows? We rule nothing out at plain sailing aviation. Because going back to Mohawk Scotland's comment about the United 320, we did have a couple of 321s, didn't we, in this spring part of the year passing through here, because on both occasions I had quite fancied streaming them, and on both occasions got thwarted by real life type distractions. Pretty good at that. So yeah, weather prospects, back to the weather. Let's have a look. Southwesterly, fairly moderate strength southwesterly, to be honest, sort of several knots, 9-10 miles an hour. Yeah, it says gusting up to 23 mile an hour, but that's probably to come a bit later. Doesn't feel like that's the case. 20 to 30% precipitation risk between now and 10 o'clock, and that does feel very, very likely. Gets a bit better around 11, and then we're back to around 20% risk of rain between 12 and 1 o'clock. Today's close will be slightly earlier than we usually do on a Sunday. Variation today will be, give or take, we will close with the Qatar 350 at around 1:15. If that comes in a bit early and there's still action, we'll run to 1:15 anyway. So I guess what I'm saying is 1:15 is, I think, when we'll jump off the grid. While I think on, as always folks, if we get those likes on nice and early, helps us massively with YouTube, of course, especially as a small channel. So yeah, if you can get the likes on, goes a long way. And if you're watching the show and you're not yet subscribed, entirely free, just hit the button, and of course then you'll be able to say hi in the chat after a couple of minutes. It's 2 minutes. So it looks like we've got the Ryanair phase of the show in process. This one, a 737, is it anything else? It's an 800 on its way to Stansted. Right, thanks Ashwat. Yeah, I'd seen the cancelled flight. I wasn't sure if it was that aircraft, if I'm honest. So that all makes sense, and yeah, it kind of points to the narrative that it may well have gone tech. Unless, of course, United are still picking some of the weevils out of the impact from that CrowdStrike software mayhem malarkey. Seems to have affected Delta Airlines quite severely, and United Airlines to a decent extent. I've noticed over the last week or so quite a few cancelled flights. And of course, friend of the show and member Tony McCall, his return to the UK was delayed, and that was a Delta flight. I think it was 2 or 3 days delayed, top of my head. Thank you, Political Bias. A good nudge on like. So yes, please, folks, do give us that like. Just let's get us up to the 100 as quickly as we can. Sounds like a cricket tournament, doesn't it? Perhaps someone should invent that. Oh, they already have. So remember, folks, and Paul's hijinks mentioned it, Aberdeen earlier on the stream, we are Aberdeen later this week. So Thursday and Friday we're going to do an Aberdeen doubleheader. It's the weather's doing what it always seems to do when I think about going to Aberdeen. It suddenly looks like it might rain a bit more, but we'll see. And we're going to drop off at Edinburgh on the way here to do a short one as well, I think. Give me a chance to stretch my legs. Like a Loganair being tugged around. We do have somebody on finals, so let's get a bit more arrival action. And yeah, good old United Airlines. We have the 757 from Chicago inbound. What do we know about that? 29 years of age, currently just over 1,000 feet. And yeah, been travelling for the best part of 7 hours. So everyone wants to get off and get cracking, I would have thought. I'll get onto that in a jiff. Telescope counters, we are on telescope 19. Inexplicably so, has to be said, but it is 19. So 20 will trigger another challenge. Telescope 10 has already triggered that challenging moment, if you will. I've got my Tiger Moth flight now up for the 18th of August. So looking forward to that. Thumbnail will be out for that in the next week or so. Heavily weather dependent, although when we were out on the bikes on Friday, we did see exactly that plane flying along the coast, so it's now back in airworthy unless that was a test flight. I just drew out there a little bit because I thought it was going back up. I seemed to be reluctant to get the rubber on the tarmac. Ooh, bizjet alert. I think this is a centerline Embraer Legacy 500. I know there was one off to Bristol. How's that one for you folks? We'll get a picture. It's not too hazy, is it? And one more for look. So I'll have just frozen your frame momentarily. So you can't whack a good bizjet moment. Cool. And I've just seen we've been very generously gifted as well. I can't get my eye on it properly. Kind benefactor. We'll get on to saying thank you in a second. Just going to quickly run in with this baby. Keith Cornell asks, am I meeting with young Abby? No, Abby's going to be at Heathrow plane spotting. So we're going to be at other ends of the land. I'm not even going to get to capture a departure, which is how we know Abby in the first place, of course, last year. Right, I have a PayPal donation on my screen. Can't quite get it all the way open for some reason because I'm on split screen. Oscar Sinclair, a donation of £5. Now I know who Oscar Sinclair is, so I apologise. I'm having a blank moment under pressure as to what your YouTube handle is, but thank you so much. And here's the fireworks. having one of those senior moments. Right, let's get the next inbound action. This is not going to be telescope 20. So, what have we got? WestJet. Lovely jubbly. That's a bit of max 8 action. My fave liveries is that, babe. Right, let's get back to our bizjet because I'll forget about it, and if I get telescope 20 from a departure, it's going to be grievous, very grievous. Right, and while that lines itself up, while waiting the track to clear, I did have some information on this very plane somewhere, and I can remember what it was. So yeah, I was saying earlier on, it's a centerline Embraer Legacy 500, so I got that bit right. Holds up to 9 passengers, or 4 if it's using the lie flat beds, so it depends how much style you want to go with. It's off to Bristol, and I did see on the website the price tag for the empty leg as they advertise them, because obviously sometimes the planes are out of position once they've dropped their high rolling clients off. You could go to Bristol on this baby for £4,800. For those of you who wonder about these things. I think we've just been dropped another big... Oh crikey, that plane is moving, but the wheels are not all off the ground. Ready to go? Don't bother. I've just seen a fantastic bit of kindness just landed in the chat. In my defence, it's bamboozled me. So one thing at a time. Someone's on finals, but we're going to stay with the impossibly stylish WestJet for the minute. We're going to have to get back up here on a Dreamliner day, aren't we? Because obviously they fly the Dreamliner in 2 or 3 times a week, I think, off the top of my head. Not Sundays though. So yeah, we've got some celebrations pending. Just bear with me. $4,800, Keith, and I'm entirely with PB. The idea that you could afford that is it's a nice place in life to be, isn't it? Good morning, Arsenal Liverpool fan. How you doing, my friend? Oops, inbound plane. Let's just get lined up and then we'll get the fireworks on. And what do we have? We have the inbound Delta Airlines flight from Boston. Checking out those blooming winglets. Well, not really winglets, are they? They're huge. Like the 767s, or 767s, actually 76s. 2 more of those inbound during the show, so we're going to do pretty well on that count. We do pretty well on the 757 front too, so although the second Newark flight is cancelled, we still get 3. Right, I'm a little bit behind with the chat, so bear with me, team. If I've missed anybody, you know, as in the saying of good mornings, I do apologise, but I'll pick up speed as we go. Grew 747 bikes on a Friday. It was pretty energetic by my standards. I'll leave that one to hang in the air, what that really means. Right. Let's get the fireworks on before I really get out of shape. So we have been gifted, I hope this is the full name, because I don't think I've said hi to Graham Case in the chat, so I don't know if Graham is posting under a different YouTube name, but it's very generously gifted us £50, and that is absolutely awesome. Everything in straight on the channel, and with the content we're bringing your way between now and the end of August, I reckon that we'll try and do you proud with the money that you're putting our way. Aberdeen this week, of course, and what else have we got? Zurich later this month, and of course Edinburgh and Newcastle, in and around those things, and of course that Tiger Moth flight. So I reckon we finish in the summer with a decent flurry at plain sailing aviation as we wave away the Smiley Dolphin liveried KLM E195 E2. Although it doesn't seem to be in the usual KLM rush to get started, does it? It's quite a gentle nose out. Anyway, fireworks for Graham Case. Thank you, Graham. Right, it's might be turn and go. So. Turn and burn. Here we go. That was me wondering where that Delta 767 had gone. It's in parking Perda. Oh, Mohawk Scotland, you're Graham. Howdy indeed, buddy. Absolutely chuffed to smithereens, mate. I can't say what it means to Eddie and I when anybody shows us kindness. My vulnerability sometimes is when I see a different name on the PayPal or the Ko-fi to the YouTube handle, because obviously we kind of know each other, don't we, as YouTubers. Anyway, all good. And it'll make a massive difference to the bigger plan. Rab is at Knockhill this morning, Tina York. I think he's got 3 consecutive weekends at Knockhill. Rab will enjoy that, Rab Hill. So I know it's British Touring Cars next weekend. I'm not quite sure what today's event is. Hope the weather keeps nice for him. Does rather feel that we've had the best of it. I'm on Keith Cornell,
Tiger Moth flight is also the 18th of August, although I suspect the time should work better for folks. We're going to start the stream at 8:30 in the morning UK time, and I'm supposed to take off at 9 o'clock. So I'm guessing the Vulcan day won't be earlier than that. So you've got the option if you want to join us. Aer Lingus off to Dublin, which you might well guess, with the A320 that's there. Thomas Wadowski, hello to you, Thomas. Welcome to the show. I'm Mark, and indeed anyone that doesn't know who I am, that's me, Mark. Generally run this with Eddie, although Eddie is on holiday at the minute, so he's working on his tan. Next in is an EasyJet from Birmingham, perhaps carrying a bunch of other people that have been working on their tan, such as the recent weather being in the UK, although I'm not sure you go Birmingham for a tan. Delta's not moved an inch. So we'll go with the outgoing Aer Lingus. Give me a chance to catch up with a bit more chat. Good morning, let's have a look. Pilot Will, hello to you. Departing out of Edinburgh tomorrow to Munich on Air Baltic's A220. Awesome stuff. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, Pilot Will. Are you Pilot Will that's got your own YouTube channel? Or am I conflating you with somebody else? It is early for me, and I'm getting on a bit. His Lordship Frenon, well, there's too many words there, Somerset at the end. Hello to you, buddy. You need a shorter title. That is impressive. It's like you've been ennobled. Anyway, I hope you're doing well, pal. Ian Lavery, good morning to Ian Lavery. I've said hi to Arsenal Liverpool fan 45. New season's nearly on us. In fact, season started in Scotland, hasn't it? I can hear the 767. No, it's not. Is it moving? Yeah, I thought I could hear it picking up. I think it's thinking about it. Next inbound for us is the Vueling A320 from Barcelona aircraft. Oh, it's the 321. Oh, there we go. 9 years of age is this 321. So I think we've got 3 or 4 A321s in today's show. Vueling definitely. Iberia definitely. Pretty certain Lufty have got one coming our way. And of course we had the British Airways departure at the top of the show. So there's 4. John McKenzie, good morning to you, John McKenzie. How's that arm? Is it knitting up? I don't know, Bruce 747. Rab's e-bike has got a good power curve on it, although clearly not in that league. He actually cycles up there as well. take my hat off to him as well. When we were out on the bikes on Friday doing that Northumbrian coastal route, turns out about 20 miles, something in that region. By the time I've got home, I'm fit for nothing. I mean, literally fit for nothing. Audrey McDonald, good morning to you, Audrey, and Terry the artist as well. Two great friends in the house. Lovely to see you both. All right, Pilot Will, I've probably got you conflated then, have I? I'm always browsing around in other aviation videos, but the trouble is, when you browse a lot, it's difficult sometimes to remember where you've been. Good to read, John McKenzie. That arm's on the way back. When are you going back to Hong Kong? And good morning to Ian Nicholson. How you doing, pal? Oh, and good morning, Sarah Louise. Wow, 9 months already. Thanks, Mark and Eddie. More a case of thanks to you, Sarah Louise. Been lovely to have you in our community. Of Vueling. That Delta still not moving. How annoying for the passengers, but it's just the way things go, isn't it? All about the flow in an airport, busy airport like Edinburgh. Although, to be fair, if it was me, I'd probably still be asleep. You see something out on finals. Looks like it might be an ATR. We'll get Sarah Louise's fireworks on in a jiffy. Let me just go a little bit longer there. Right, let's get them on. Thank you, Sarah Louise. And we're not done there, are we? Terry the artist is also at 9 months. I just don't know where the time is, but there is no remission at plain sailing aviation for good behaviour. It's always warmly encouraged. Terry, another great friend to the channel, and great to have you with us, pal. Let's get your fireworks up too. Sure, I saw a good morning in there somewhere. Tony Rivers, big thumbs up from Mark, mate. Hope you're keeping well. So John McKenzie back on the 10th. Sees the doctor on the 8th to get a fresh cast for flight. Very good. Don't worry, Mohawk Scotland. I'll get you an ATR from somewhere. Let's see. Oh, hang on, what's that? I spy. Oh no. Thought we were moving. Let's make sure I don't get a telescope first and foremost. There we go. Bit of ATR. Bit of a crosswind today as well. It's about 3 knots worth of crosswind or thereabouts. Basically a southwesterly. And as you can see there, it's not without impact. I don't think it's going to create anything dramatic. And of course these pilots are used to putting these things down in way windier conditions. So Air Canada due out at 9 o'clock with their Dreamliner. I think it's a Dreamliner 9. So that to look forward to pretty imminently. In fact, let's go for what's moving, even if it's only under tug power. Loganair, Embraer, ERJ 145. So as Terry the Artist says, last 9 months flown by too quick. They really have. I think the summer's flown by too quick. I mean, it's not really been much of an event, has it, the summer? Certainly in my part of Northumberland. It's had its flattering moments. Last few days have been nice. Really like that. I nearly put a bonus stream on yesterday. No, did I see? Yeah, was it yesterday? Yeah, it was yesterday. The members will be aware of that Catalina clip that I put out yesterday evening. Filmed that one on its way back from the Dublin Air Show. And I'd also understood that that aircraft was going to be flying out of Newcastle. In fact, it was a Friday, it wasn't the Saturday. I was going to put on a special Friday show. Bearing in mind I cancelled Friday because of the hazy conditions, and in the end I stuck to my guns and I thought no point, it'll be too hazy to capture it. But anyway, by the by, I ramble. Rohini Desanke. Rohini, hello to you, and it's my pleasure to share you the planes from Edinburgh. I'm Mark, just so we know who's who. Last independent thinker. Excellent, my friend, you hang in there. I wish I could be more independent of thought. Anyway, good morning to you, my friend. Welcome to Edinburgh. Rohini is in Sri Lanka. Well, you could be the first person I've said hi to from Sri Lanka in the 18 months that we've been doing live streams. So thank you so much for joining us. That's awesome. Gary Fleming, good morning, Gaza. Keith Cornell, I never got a chance to respond to you, but I saw your comments. I was literally on my way out the door, saw the comment, oh, Delta's moving. But it's your friend's aircraft. You should have got me the flight plans so I could have been laying in wait for it. It's been tormenting me, that plane has. Came in Thursday evening. As I mentioned earlier in the show, I did see it when we were out on the bikes on Friday. Exactly what I put in that members post. I chucked the bike in the side of the road, jumped off. Mrs. PSA nearly went up the back of me. Like a dog really chasing a bone. Trying to get my phone out of the rucksack because this Catalina literally came over the coast from nowhere. Never heard its approach. But the camera on my phone is just not really up to it. So yeah, I could have done with knowing what it were going to be doing. Audrey, did you not see any of it during the course of the weekend? It's been a bit elusive, to be fair. Stunning plane. I think the sound actually was the thing that struck me. I did mean to look up what power pants were on that plane, but somehow never got round to that. But proper music, you know, in the same way that a Spitfire's got a musicality to it, you know, Spit's very distinctive, isn't it? And there was something not dissimilar about that plane. Rohini, our ATC tower here is quite stunning, isn't it? I think some people might describe it as more of a pepper pot type shape. Newcastle, the other airport that we stream from, regularly has a fairly similar tower, although I think this one here at Edinburgh is the better looking of the two. They light it up purple in the evenings and at night, I think, although I've yet to have the pleasure. Audrey, there's that Catalina that was been bobbing around Northumberland the last couple of days. So I got overflew by it on Friday down at Druridge Bay. Literally didn't know it was on me until it virtually came over. The wind direction being what it was just took the sound away. But boy, was it beautiful. Mrs. PSA didn't quite appreciate the beauty and the history of it because she was more intent on avoiding crashing into the back of me. Oh dear, Mark has no attention span. That's the mystery of how I'm still alive at 59. All right, Keith. Right, Qatar Airways A350-900 is transponding away cheerily. Can you do cheerily on a Sunday? I think you probably can. Good morning and welcome as well to anybody that has just joined the show. I'm Mark, for those of you that don't know me, and we've got a great morning of aviation action here at Edinburgh, at the impossibly scenically framed Edinburgh. I mean, look at that, Pentland Hills in the background. It's just beautiful. Shame I can't show you more of the foreground. I love this time of year where it gets all floral. All together with the floral. The river is behind that selection of flowers there. I'm just going to put you on the freighter part for a minute. So just vary the view. Bit of bird scaring in the background. Mark 176, good morning to you. Two more likes needed for the 100. Oh, they're firing at me now. Oh, it was sooner. Going to happen sooner or later, wasn't it? So yeah, folks, who's going to bring up the 100? Hit the button and tell us you did it in the chat. Let's do that. 36th anniversary of John's death. That is just awful, isn't it? I mean, the roll call of aviators over the years that have paid the ultimate price can be quite chastening when you think about it. Well, more than quite chastening if it's your nearest and dearest, obviously, or someone that you knew well. Tony McCall. How goes it, Tony? Did you get back okay in the end? I think when we last spoke you were going to be coming back on the Tuesday. Was that Tuesday of this last week? Anyway, hope it all worked out, mate. John McKenzie, I'm absolutely prostrate on the floor. I'm taking incoming fire. To be fair, I've not really noticed a lot of birds today, not at this stage anyway. Newcastle was definitely birdier when we were last there. 103 up. Thank you, Audrey McDonald, and thank you for everybody that hit that button. Makes such a difference. Glenn's Aviation Love, good morning to you, sir. I thought you were finished for a few weeks. You got a little bit of a break for the summer, Glenn. Anyway, it's great to see you, pal. Hope you're keeping well. Definitely, cripes. What's sneaking out? Right. Now, didn't we say somebody that was in the chat at the start who's on this plane? So the only thing is, I don't think I saw which side of the plane or whereabouts they were seated. Anyone recall? Good morning, John Kenneth Williams. So we get to see two A350s really. This one's a bit late running, came in a bit late. So they've done well really to catch a bit of time up, I think, on this one. And we're going to close with the A350 if it comes in at 1:15. Otherwise we'll just close at 1:15. I think there's decent action right the way till the whistle. I think Qatar Airways was splashing the cash, weren't they, at Farnborough? I've got it in my head, with a load of other junk to be fair, that they bought 20 777-9s. I mean, I'm sure their ongoing order book is vast anyway, but certainly the Qatar Airways checkbook got flourished. Ash Watts, catch you later. You're going to see the mighty Steelbacks beat Worcester Rapids. Catch you next time, mate. I can't compete with that, can I? I don't think I've ever been tagged rapid. Anyway, Ash, been a pleasure to be in your company, mate. 4th of September. Right, got you, Glenn. Got you. I imagine this is going to be a turn to go. I can see somebody on finals. Quite a tight turn they're pulling, so I'm not sure what that is. I'll have to look it up in a minute. So the one thing we are is blessed by a nice mix of heavies really. You know, it's particularly with the transatlantic stuff we do well, but Qatar also pitching. Oh, that is interesting, Mohawk Scotland. Just long enough for the A350 1000, which of course is the one that Virgin Atlantic operate, isn't it? The 1000 through here. She got up nice and smartly. So next plane, let's get to the next plane. Bombity bum bum, bombity bum bum bum. And that next plane is an EasyJet from London Stansted, an A320, 12 years of vintage. Departed 50 minutes ago. What else do you need to know? It's around 800 foot off the deck. Let's go and acquire the plane. Just watching the Air Canada tail fin now as we get closer to 9 o'clock. Not sure what time it got in, but I've got a feeling it was in on time. Or near as you like. So, bit of a teaser. There you go. So members, we do have the dark blue Canadian tail fin for today's show. Alright, Tony McCall. There wasn't much left, was there? That's good to know. Gary Fleming with a trio of EasyJet emojis to welcome that plane in. Alright, Keith Cornell. Noted, my friend. Truly awful. Anyway, let's just... Probably the wind picking up a little bit. It's a little bit chillier than when I started, which is a bit strange. Kind of figured the day was just going to warm its way through. So our next inbound is from New York Newark, was due in at 8:05, pleasure deferred for us, and that is a United Airlines 757-200, been flying for 6 hours 11 minutes, currently over the Firth of Forth, just about to make its turn. And what else we need to know? Plane is 29 years of age, true classic. Glenn's Aviation. As much as I love to, mate, got a feeling I might have another project on. And sadly, because I love Heathrow, I do love Heathrow, it won't be Heathrow, I don't think. Just got some loose ends to tie up. Where are you off anyway? Somewhere warm and sunny, culturally exotic, all of the above. Do tell. Michelle Johnson, good morning to you. I've got you yawning already. It's my secret superpower. Oh dear, hope you slept well. For some reason I barely slept last night. A bit warm actually, I don't know. To be honest, given it's a little bit nippy here at the minute, I'd definitely welcome a bit of that warmth. Just having a quick check round the kit. For some reason I got one of those, there's something not happening here. But no, it's happening. Yeah, Tony. I think the overarching wisdom was that there might have been an issue with this plane. Somebody on finals I see twinkling in the sky. Certainly the second Newark flight, and of course that's the inbound plane, isn't it, at the minute. But the 11:40 departure has been cancelled today, so in some way perhaps connected. Who knows? More than a coincidence, I would have thought. Certainly can't see any work going on around it, but of course, I don't know, if it was a software fault, for example, you wouldn't see anything, would you? I guess the other issue would be whether they need spares flying across, because I'm pretty certain that there wouldn't be a plethora of 757 specific spares knocking about at this end. They'd have to have some kind of contingency, wouldn't they? But whether that contingency is flying it in on another connection, I don't know. Just in time. Rahini, that's a good thing to hear. You've got the aircon on, have you, when you're at work? We never had, when I was working, aircon was one of the things that was decidedly absent from the office and would have definitely made life more bearable. No question. To be fair, it's one of those kind of things in hotel rooms, isn't it, where if you go somewhere hot, or even in a city centre or whatever, if it's got aircon, put the aircon on. But if it's noisy aircon, sometimes it's just difficult to get to sleep. So you can't sleep because you're too hot, versus be cooler but have the aircon on. So here's our Newark arrival. Air Canada not yet pushed back. I'm not sure they're transponding. I'll rely on the chat to alert me to that one. Alexandra Wood. Good morning to you, Alexandra. Hope you're doing well. We'll pick that one up in a minute. I'm just going to stick us over here for the moment. I've only to enjoy the livery. So we've got JetBlue, one of my favourites. That was due in at 9:30. Not sure what kind of time it's making. So Alexandra is a high and buy. It's like turn and burn really, isn't it? You're out today. Have a great time, Alexandra. And Abby Garvey's in the house. Good morning, Abby. Hope all is good. What are you up to today? Flying lesson? Horses? Bit of both? You must be excited about your upcoming Heathrow trip. Oh, looks like he's coming back. Or she. There we go. I'm definitely going to shed a tear when they swap these out for A321s. So our second United arrival of the day, and the third United 757 currently domiciled at Edinburgh International Airport. So that's a hat trick. Still got the Washington flight to come in yet. I think that's due in around, I'd like to say 10:25. So I'll say 10:25. You have to excuse me, folks, I'm going to have to blow my nose. That's how chilly it feels here. So Gary Fleming giving that 757 emoji a big splash. ATR strumming away. Just can't see it at the minute, but we will do in a jiffy. It's not that one. Oh, I know which one it is. We'll stay with the United. There's a Loganair in my foreground. Michelle hears bleeping. I heard bleeping too. I better go and check that one out, hadn't I? I'm not quite sure what's bleeping with this setup. So, spotting with Trev before I go looking for what's bleeping. Good morning to you, sir. And Abby's got horses today. And yes, you're rightly very excited about Heathrow. Yeah, I'd be excited about Heathrow as well. Hoping the weather's good for you. And of course, you really do want the runway 27s in operation rather than 09, don't you? Right, this has turned up slowly for me, so I do apologise. Political bias, I have just seen confirmation, that's what bleeped through, so I must have missed it in the chat. I'm not sure if my Ko-fi bot is working today. I've got a feeling it might not be, so don't slaughter me, team. Usually the Ko-fi chat bot tells me, as well as my secondary checks. So political bias, great friend to the show as you are, has donated £5 to us, and that is going to trigger the fireworks as soon as the inbound aircraft is on the deck. And then I'm going to go back in and just check I've not missed anybody else. Inbound plane is an EasyJet from London Gatwick, and that is a A319-100. Yeah, it looks like the Ko-fi chatbot might have gone somewhere else. It's weird actually, everything on my setup today that has needed reinstating, but I forgot about the chatbot. Let's see if I can do it from my tablet. Yeah, the notifications seem to be on a bit of a go slow. So let's do political biases fireworks folks. PB, thank you so much, mate. Okay, that's that. Let's catch this ATR 72 up momentarily. Where is it off? Newquay, RAF St Morgan, as was this particular plane, 9 years of age. Folks, no doubt, hoping to enjoy a bit of surfing and sunshine. Political bias, please tell me you're still in the show and I've not missed you with that acknowledgement. Andy P, good morning to Andy P. Hope all is good, pal. Oops, planes are moving. That's unusual. We've not been wiped out by the trees. So it's a little run with the baby bus. Air Canada has definitely pushed back. If it's not turned yet, it's turning. So I can't see the maple leaf anymore. So first Dreamliner, only Dreamliner of the show, is coming your way imminently. Richard Morgan, good morning to you. Glad you're enjoying the show. Fantastic to have you with us, buddy. I just love Edinburgh. It's great that so many other people do too. Oops, slightly heavy touch there. Rob Dingwall 03, good morning to you. And you are close by Newquay. Excellent. It's pleasant and sunny there. I've got this idea it's always pleasant and sunny in Newquay. I've only visited twice, 3 weeks in total, and every day was a nice one. It's funny how these things kind of form your perceptions, isn't it? Jonathan McD, good morning, Jonathan. I was going to go back in and see if I can sort my chat bot out with Kofi. So, stream alerts. Because I think this thing's on strike. And it looks different on the tablet to what it looks on the laptop. Right, I'm just going to test. This is just a test alert. Let's just see if it. Hey, it says it's on. Must have just missed it. Dr. Fixer, hello to you in South Queensferry, not far away from here. Do you know something? You are right, Mohawk, Scotland. Our Tech United is recovered. Certainly it's been moved. Interesting. Is that listed as a departure, folks? Is this going to be a positioning moment, I think? SE Aviation. Good morning, SE Aviation. Oh, there's our dreamy. There you go. Living the dream. So it will be interesting what that Tech 757 is going to be up to next. Might just take one picture. Oh, the light's not that great, is it? We'll skip the picture. Inbound ATR. Better not lose focus on the inbound action whilst mesmerised by this. So we've got an Aer Lingus ATR 72. Latter stages of finals at the minute. We'll go to that momentarily. Wind is definitely picking up as per the forecast, I guess, really. Right, so I'm whipping you around a bit. I'm suddenly thinking, where do I want to point? I'm just going to rest there for a second. Can't help it. Sarah Ratcliffe, good morning to you. Not sure if Elgin is north of here or west of here, but good morning to you, Sarah Ratcliffe. Hope Sunday is good for you. Paul Cobbing in Melbourne, Australia. Hello to you, sir. Edinburgh for you in November. You will have to let us know how you're getting here. Are you flying in, connecting from somewhere into Edinburgh, or are you going to be travelling northwards on the train once you make UK? Anyway, how are you getting here? Do tell. "128 likes up," says Audrey McDonald. Thank you, Audrey, and thank you everybody that has hit that like. So if you're watching the show and you've yet to take that opportunity, grateful if you could do that sooner rather than later, because the way YouTube works, small channels don't get much of a look in anyway, and if we pick up good likes for our relative audience, it helps. Sounds like that ATR is attempting the land speed record. Although if I put the camera on it, you know if I put the brakes on. We've got a new nose on that Dreamliner, haven't we? Off to Toronto. Les Donaldson is in the house. Good morning to you. Jonathan McD says Elgin is the Moray coast, north of here, and a stone's throw from Lossiemouth. Roger that. More like it for a fully laden heavy. Just leave us there for a minute. Lauda are moving. Lauda. So let's loiter there. That'll be the return flight to Vienna. So folks, anyone that's just joined the show, we're going to be on till about quarter past one today. Unless for some reason the weather forces us to a premature stop. We are expecting rain, but not in show-stopping quantities, so Ian Nicholson, you superstar, you. Just lit the screen up green. Let's get your fireworks on now. I'll get organised. Thank you, buddy. Great friend of the channel as you are. One of a number of great friends we have with us. Thank you so much. And great that it landed in the show. SE Aviation has benefited from your kind generosity. Look at that. They're vectoring into each other, those two planes. Good circle of life stuff, that. Big 2 thumbs up from me, Ian. Right, scanning that horizon. Can't believe it. I think I'm developing a summer cold. I do apologise for that. No good way of blowing your hooter, is there, when you've got mics in proximity? Sort of switching it off, I suppose. So, only 8 more likes needed for 150, so we are beetling upwards on the old Rooney count. So thank you, folks. There is 8 people in the show that have yet to hit the button. Fancy helping us out? That would be fantastic. And of course, if you're not yet subscribed, please do. It's free, and you can say hello in the chat and chat to this great group of people. Hang on a bit. It's glasses need a wipe. Tim Smothers, hello to you, buddy. All the way over the pond in Globe, Arizona. Bound to be better off on the weather front than here. And Eileen Baldwin, hello to you, Eileen. How goes it? Hope you're keeping well. If I remember correctly, Eileen works at the airport. I think you do, don't you, Eileen? Kurd TV, hello to you in Kurdistan. That's working our way back up. So Paul Cobbing is starting off in London, seeing family, then driving up to Edinburgh. All right, you have my deepest sympathies, buddy. Seeing that, burying your parents' ashes. Yeah, that'll be an emotional journey for you. It's a fair old drive, London to Edinburgh. I mean, for me, I live in Northumberland. It's about 2.5 hours or thereabouts. Although today I was on the road at 4:30 or just after and didn't see anything on the way up. Oh, a lie. A megabus. I saw a megabus. That was all I saw. Oh, and the coast looked gorgeous, of course. One of those mornings really where the sea had got a gorgeous colour to it. And a bit of a red sky, but then I had that red sky at night, Shepherd's Delight, red sky in morning, Shepherd's Warning rhyme in my head. I thought, oh, sugar, it's morning, that can't be so good. Richard Coles, good morning to you, Richard. Thank you so much as well for your kind words, Richard. And you're right, that 757, it's just so iconic. So a little sneaky peek again. I think I've said this before on streams, and I'll say it again. I think I'll be well in the ground before the A321 gets into that kind of cult plane territory. Even then, I think it's a pale imitation of the 757 in terms of star quality. Right, inbound, let's get some inbound action on the blocks. We have got an A320-200 inbound from London Heathrow. Journey time just under the hour. I was right, Eileen. Faulty recollection on my part. Sorry about that. Hubby works at the airport. Wow. I do find myself increasingly forgetful. So Lauda holding at the intersection, going out short. First short departure of the day. Right, so Lauda nudges out. Nothing on final approach. Checking out some of that British Airways emoji action as well. Dopey Gork, Gary Fleming and SC Aviation. Alright, Paul Cobbins done the Edinburgh to London drive several times. You're a better player than me, buddy. Mind you, I think it's all relative, isn't it? You know, viewers in Australia, America, are used to driving distances in a way that we're not generally in the UK anyway. Right, all lined up, ready to go. Ready to go. Oh, thanks Eileen. I better circle the calendar on that. So that United 757 is static still, there's no tug, so I'm not sure what's going to happen next with that. Still transponding, you can see the beacon bleeping, so what we're getting, a bonus positioning flight type departure. Definitely would take that. Meantime, welcome and good morning to anyone that's just joined the show. I'm Mark. Pleasure to be in your company here from super stylish, scenic Edinburgh Airport. Look at those hills in the background. Bit of sunshine over there. I'm starting to feel short-changed. Right, Aer Lingus off to Dublin, I'm going to guess, is our next departure. Les Donaldson, can't believe you're above 20 degrees today. Feels like summer has forsaken us. See if that 757 can be cajoled. It's definitely going somewhere. So we'll hold on that for the moment. Keith Cornell's got 17 degrees in Chigwell. I'm going to check the temperatures here in a minute. We'll point to the Met. So where do we get to? So definitely 4th of November is a red letter day. So yeah, Eileen Baldwin's message via her husband, I think it's all predicated, isn't it, on the delivery of the A350. I don't know what their position is if those aircraft are late, whether they'll reassign aircraft or lease other aircraft to operate the service, but I'll have it circled definitely. A bit like the JetBlue show, the weather was forecast to be rubbish. Bizarrely, didn't rain while we were here, but I kind of said we're going to do it rain or shine, so it will be with the Emirates. We'll do that as well, unless I'm poorly or something, I'll be here. So this little EasyJet off to Corfu, an A320-200, 6 years of age. Fairly certain it's going to be a bit warmer in Corfu, more Corfu. If you think about the way the tabloids tend to play with that destination as a hot place. So rain probability around 30% at the minute, according to the Met Office Pixies. Temperatures around 15 degrees at the moment, and I'm guessing the feels like is colder. It says feels like 14 Feels like 12 to me. I keep thinking that United is moving, stealing a yard. It looks like this EasyJet is in no special rush. I think there must be some Truckfesting going on at Truckfest. Don't know if you can hear some of that. Don't sound very trucky. It sounds like somebody's doing something exciting. Mark 176 has got 16 degrees in Bromley. Sounds a bit like this really. I think if it wasn't windy it'd be okay, to be fair. No need for me to be too much of a baby about it. Good morning, Robbo and DB Bassman. Oh, cripes, there's no plane in shot. Just gazing into the chat. Right, here we go. Back to the 7.5 because I'm convinced something. They're not going to leave it there, are they? Just loiter there for a minute. Thanks, Mark 176. WestJet Max 8 from Toronto. 15 out. Roger that, pal. Better stay vigilant, haven't I? It's quite cloudy in all directions, so there's no ability to see an awful lot over the Firth of Forth. Last I looked on Meta, the cloud ceiling was something in the region of 2,000 feet. Let's just refresh and see if that is true still. Yeah, still 2,000 feet. Wind speed at around 11 knots it says at the minute. So, chiefly noted. Yeah, 11 knots with a 2 knot crosswind. So there's a degree of crosswind component, but not decisive. Les Donaldson, thanks as well, mate, for confirming JetBlue due in 20 minutes. That was posted 6 minutes ago, so 14 minutes on that. So transatlantic action coming our way, team. Let's just rotate the shot. Oh, as well, there's another freighter I've not dobbed onto yet. It's a little bit further away. One of the ASLs. Good morning, Alan Lee. Hope you're keeping well, mate. Did you get to see any of that Catalina over the last couple of days, Alan? I'm guessing you probably did at Seaton Burn. It is Seaton Burn, isn't it? Crikey, some barking in the background. Right, so let's just bring her across the front. Vueling, I think, are due out quite soon as well. I never seem to catch the pushback and turn of any of these on the front gates. So morning and welcome to anyone that's just joined the show. Welcome to Edinburgh. Plenty of good action coming your way too. We've got inbound JetBlue and we've got inbound WestJet, 757s, 767s and an A350 before we go off air at 1:15. Thanks for spending some of your Sunday with us. I'm guessing it'll be Sunday where you are, but of course if you are significantly to the west of us, you might still be in Saturday. Just got our JetBlue fixed on my flight radar. During 9 minutes it says here, a 321 Neo. So I'll stay vigilant on that. Just hit one of those pesky pauses. Michelle, then go back to the Vueling. I had it in my head this was due to go out around 9:20, but political bias. PB, I hope you caught my message around the Ko-fi donation. I celebrated that a short while ago, having missed it when you first dropped it. Sorry about that, mate. And thank you so much for bedazzling us with a very kind gifting of a membership too. We are so lucky with the friends we've got. Let's get the fireworks on. PB, what can I say, man, except thank you so much. And Robert D, we know Robert D as well. I don't know if Robert D's in today's show, but it's somebody we do know and see regularly, so that's good. And Too Thick DZ, good morning to you. Right, political biases fireworks. Thanks, buddy. And I thought I was hallucinating. Sounds like I've taken something when I say it like that. Can't get the words out. Ian Nicholson's double six me, as is his spectacular talent. He's just dropped another gifted membership into the show. Thank you so much, mate. Oh, we know Melody are as well, so that is excellent. So I'm thinking it'd probably be a bit too late for, or early, depending on which way you look at it, for Melody R. But either which way, fireworks for you, my friend. And Melody, welcome back. Audrey McDonald, thank you for keeping an eye on the likes. 167, marching on towards the double 100. Be fantastic if we could get somewhere near that for sort of 10:30 or thereabouts. Just helps so much, folks. So if you've just dropped in to catch a bit of the action, see what Edinburgh's got to offer, please do drop your like for us. It makes such a difference, it really does. Just having a look at the WestJet that is currently parked up. Let's just, I think, I can't remember if that's the Halifax one or not. Heads are shared. Heads are shared. I think I'll take on water at this point, like one of those Tour de France cyclists or Olympic marathon runners, depending on which way you want to look at it. Just the job, that. I was going to check something on the departures board, but can't think what my point of interest was. Ooh boy. Yeah, it's the New York Newark departure due out at 20 to 10. So the plane that went tech is going to be doing that. In the meantime, Loganair are taking up the slack in the schedule with their ERJ 145. Not transponding, so I'm not entirely sure where it's going. Well, I suppose I could just look on the departures board, really, couldn't I? Might be the thing to do. Exeter, that's where this plane is going. Looking at that windsock in the background, kind of looks a bit languid there, but it's definitely feeling blowier than that windsock looks, certainly standing here on Almond Bank. Quite a few darker clouds taking shape as well, but they're all where I'd prefer them to be, I think, so I'll take that. Oh, WestJet look like they've got the front doors shut, so let's just see what happens there. So I think they may be on the move quite soon. Unless I'm mistaken. And the transponding as well, so looks like we've got a WestJet departure on our hands after we've waved this Exeter bound plane off. 757 departure pretty close now to New York Newark, and of course we've got inbound WestJet and JetBlue action. So all things being equal, looking good. Good morning, Wasp. Hello to you and Jim33. You're never late, mate. The way we roll up PSA, when you get here, it's when you're here. Hope you're well. Just seeing a little bit of hazing there. Not much. I'm surprised to see that much. Gary Fleming, member for 5 months. Thank you, Mark and Eddie, for your hard work. Thank you, Gary, for your fantastic support, mate. Great friend in our community, and it's been our real pleasure to be able to share the planes and be friends with you guys. You know, and thank you, Gary, for that. I feel if I put the fireworks on, this plane is going to start moving. You never do know, though, do you? Thinking, heck, I was just going to put the fireworks on. There you go. WestJet, as advertised, pushing back. Right, I can see 2 on finals now. See the weather's lifting out over the 3rd to 4th, definitely. JetBlue, first in that line, inbound from New York in an A321-200 Neo. Brand new in December 2023. And that is pursued by a WestJet from Toronto. So we've got a small window. Let's get Gary's fireworks on. Right. Oh, I thought the plane was a bit closer. Wasp, I can't tell you exactly why the flying boat is circling around Newcastle. It was at an air show in Dublin yesterday. We've got members' footage up at the minute of that arriving into Newcastle yesterday evening. Awesome sight and sound. But as to the whys and the wherefores, I'm not entirely sure. Welcome sight though. Spent a big chunk of the afternoon yesterday monitoring it on ADS-B. Didn't seem to be showing up on flight radar particularly, so kept it under wraps or whatever. Kept tab on it. That's what I'm trying to say. And then shot off down the A1 down to Newcastle to film it. And got stuck in the inevitable traffic jam. We'll pick that baby up in a minute. Trying corn stacks. There's coin stacks. It is coin stacks. Les confused me. You've got him as corn stacks, Les. Iberia, next but one in. WestJet inbound from Toronto, our next arrival. 737 MAX 8, departed 6 hours 6 minutes ago. It's just made the coast now. Here's the moment we go from that one to this one. There's our JetBlue on its way in. Yeah, Michelle Johnson, traffic jams on the A1 in Northumberland. I mean, it's a lovely rural part of the world, but because they haven't done anything about dualling it forever and a day, they keep building houses and tourism's more popular, blah, blah, blah. sunny afternoon, taking yourself on the A1, you can pretty much expect to be stuck in traffic somewhere. Right, we've definitely got an Iberia A321 inbound from Madrid. That's our next arrival. Ben's Aviation, have a nice time with your mum, say hi from us, and then yeah, just take care, have a great week, buddy. Can hear it, can't see it. Oh, I can. I'm going to try and get you on this. It's in the cloud. Nah. Look at me. Can't say that on YouTube, can you? Sorry about that. Potty mouth Mark inadvertently returned there. Sorry, team. I'd retract that message if I could. PA34, thanks Robbo. I literally got eyes on it and it went straight into the wispy stuff. I think, Michelle, we definitely need that extra carriageway on the A1 in Northumberland, but I guess we're not alone, are we, with needing better roads than we've got. Isn't that nice? Ah. Super stylish WestJet. Tell you what, that PA34 sounds gorgeous. I can still hear bits of fragments of sound. So here's our Iberia Express inbound from Madrid. Of course, good morning to anyone that has just joined the show. I'm Mark and thrilled to be in your company. We're at Edinburgh. Hope you're having a great day. So let's have a look at this. We have a transatlantic picnic. Uniteds, JetBlues, WestJets. What's not to like? Tim Smothers, you are another great friend of the channel. You've lit my screen up yellow. Should be gold really, shouldn't it? Thank you for hosting the wonderful stream and locations, also the mods. Mods are fantastic, but our community is fantastic as well. So thank you so much for your very kind super chat to the channel. We're going to put you some fireworks on in a jiff. Just check I'm not missing anything because that WestJet is about to line up. Tell you what, we'll have the lining up plane, then I can't possibly miss it. Tim, you're a mate. So let's stick the fireworks on. And we're off. We're off to see the wizard, the wonderful Wizard of Oz. afraid this livery doesn't grow on me at all. Uh-oh, telescope alert. That was nearly number 20. Jeez Louise. We've seen a few more of Scotland's finest when we stream from Aberdeen on Thursday and Friday. So folks in the show that don't know this, we are going to be having an Aberdeen double header this coming week, Thursday and Friday. Oh, why am I hearing that noise? Everything seems to be where it should be. Just bear with me, folks. I don't think you would have got that noise, but I certainly have. I'm now wondering what it is. Michelle, it was almost a telescope, wasn't it? Terrible. Anyway, where was I? Aberdeen Thursday, Friday, and in fact we're going to do an Edinburgh on the way up. So it'll be a short morning stream from Edinburgh on the Thursday, carry on to Aberdeen for a late afternoon tea time type stream, and then Friday morning we will be bringing you the action before heading home. And that's all been made possible by the fantastic support of our members and other benefactors. So if you've spent any money with the channel through taking membership, donating a super chat, Ko-fi, gifting memberships, your money gets put straight on the action at Plain Sailing Aviation. Every last red cent. So this Vueling is off to returning to Barcelona. I think we've got an EasyJet on finals by the look of it. No, British Airways. Inbound from London Heathrow, we've got an A320. I see British Airways are reinstating their shareholders' dividend for the first time since the COVID pandemic. So they're obviously doing well. Mind you, in a capital intensive business such as aviation, you've got to look after your shareholders. What's happening, what's not. That 757, which is off to New York, Newark, still holding over yonder. Somebody on finals I see. That somebody is a Ryanair inbound from Dublin, so we'll watch out for that one. A max 8200. Oh, Michelle Johnson has blown my screen up. God love you, Michelle. God love you. In fact, actually, the chat's jumped quite a lot, so I'm going to just go back a bit further. So apologies if I've missed anybody, anything, you know, don't do it on purpose. Let's catch up. So Robbo says that Catalina was at the Bray Seafront air display yesterday. Indeed it was. I was tracking it. As soon as I was sure it was heading back to Newcastle, that was when I jumped straight into the PSA mobile. Good morning, David Smart. Audrey says 180 likes up, keep them coming. Yes please, let's get to 200 as quickly as we can. Be awesome. If you're watching the show, go on, help us out. Yeah, no, it makes sense. So, Tony Rivers, well, 1 out of 2 is not bad, mate. I thought going back to back might work for people a little bit more as well, because it's difficult sometimes with other things. Giant coin stacks, love the last Aberdeen stream. I love the place, and I was a bit worried we might not get back there before the winter. So we've kind of shuffled things around a bit, done a bit of creative jiggling. Jiggle it just a little bit. Because August will whiz by in a flash. We've got Zurich coming up, haven't we? And Tiger Moth flight and other bits and pieces. And I couldn't risk getting towards October. Well, I think I'm going to get rained on. But Abby Garvey has promised me it won't be a rainy trip. I don't know if you're there, Abby, but and you might not remember that, but Michelle Johnson, let's do your fireworks. You're such a great friend to the channel. Thank you so much, Michelle. We'll have a look at where those gifties have gone in a minute. Oops, we're rolling. Lovely stuff. Next in the blocks, Loganair. That's Texamair. Plane you were looking at, off to Exeter. Everyone's off to Exeter today. So, where was I? Michelle gifted 10 memberships. And they went to, better keep an eye on this ATR anti. Wasp, who's in the show, Lowlander, Ian Lavery, also in the show, Linda Cooper, Terry Hart, Steph Zurich, Scott Box UK, and a plane is moving. Oh dear, nearly a telescope moment. There for a second. Where do we get to? Scottbox UK, Scottish content creators, and Justine Hewitt. Awesome stuff. And James Woolard. I think that completes the set. Michelle, love you to bits. Scottbox UK is in the show. Scottbox, good morning to you. Good morning, Linda Cooper. How are you doing? Hope you're keeping well. Having a great day, David. Smart. Love it in Edinburgh. I genuinely do. Well, it's one of those things, isn't it? I love Newcastle Airport, but it's nice to be able to contrast, and I think the ability to toggle between here and Newcastle really does, well, for me, it really freshens it up. Right, there's an ATR about to nose out. EasyJet lining up for departure. The departing EasyJet is a 12-year-old A320 off to Copenhagen. As for this ATR, I ain't got a Scooby-Doo where it's going. We'll do that one in a minute. I will say Belfast. Why not? So there's the Copenhagen departure, patiently waiting its shot. Robbo's got the Aer Lingus emoji going as well. In fact, that reminds me, thanks Robbo, I better have a quick look to see where it's actually going. I was wrong. Dublin. Dublin, not Belfast. Tell you what, if I take the camera off the EasyJet and put it on the ATR, the EasyJet will start moving. Moving the camera is just a great nudge. Although this time it looks like the strategy has run out of road. So where are we? 189 likes, 11 more for the double 100. Come on folks, let's smash that 200. And of course, if you've already hit the like, thank you so much. Can't ask for more. We're rolling. Here we go. Didn't quite work the way I thought it would. Got a United pushback, so that must be the New York Newark one. Getting baffled now. 190 likes up, counting down. 195, 5 more for the 200. My likeometer just went round like a hamster in a wheel then. Awesome stuff. So just holding that thought. So I'm confused now with my Uniteds. No question. The one that you are looking at is the one that goes New York Newark. I see a fire tender there. What's going on here? Nothing too urgent by the look of it. And that would have been a telescope if it was in the air. Les, don't be gulp, don't reach for the trigger. Rubber on the deck. Alibi's already confirmed that legal precedent on rubber being in contact with the tarmac. Somebody on finals, so I better concentrate. Tim Smothers, enjoy your kit, mate. 6 minutes past 2 in the morning. That is awesome stuff. Thank you so much for your kind super chat. I think we'll have a EasyJet momentarily. And look forward to catching up with you soon. Next plane in for us is a Lufthansa in Star Alliance special livery, an A319-100 inbound from Munich. So, our first special livery of the show. Might actually be the only one, if I'm absolutely candid. I was hoping we'd get the A319 in BEA livery, but seems that that favour is not coming our way today. What else is happening? I think we'll stay with the 757. That's the sexy shot, isn't it? 196 likes, says Michelle Johnson. We are on the cusp of 200. Gary Fleming and Robbo with special livery emoji action. James Willard's gone for a flourish of the ooh la las. Les, it was close, wasn't it? That ATR. That was nearly telescope 20. And as Gary says, Mark playing with fire. Not intentionally, I stress. I don't know how that happens like that. I really don't. Stuff you can't make up. Next arrival, says Mark 176, a KLM 737-900 from Amsterdam. I've just got eyes on as well with that. I've just missed a planes and trains shot. Let's see if I can get a piece of it. Well, there's the trains. And I think we'll just rest up with that EasyJet. Bearing in mind we've got our Smiley Dolphin inbound. Eileen Baldwin builds a suspense. Thank you, Eileen. 2 more likes for 200. The double century. Mark's palms sweating with excitement. Well, I would if it was a bit warmer. Michelle, take it steady in the shower. We don't want any slips and trips. So our EasyJet off to London Gatwick, but it's clearly going to be holding. Let's have a look at the Star Alliance. Well, I think it's going to hold the minute I bob the camera on it, because I think it's got to let United out. So I'm just going to take a single picture. And one more for a look. So you would have had a frozen screen, but that's the last of that. There's our 757. Ooh, well spotted, Les Donaldson. Class 170 locomotive. I'm assuming that's a locomotive we're talking. On 158 Scott Rail. Thank you, Audrey. Foxy's also right. Foxy would say, if she could, hit the like. Oops, perhaps that KLM's nearly on us. All ticking up nicely at Edinburgh Airport. So happy Sunday to anybody that has just joined the show. Jubbly, but no time to dwell. United Airlines not hanging about, taxiing out for the flight to Newark. EasyJet lining up as we speak for London Gatwick. One quick sneak peek at our baby bus in Star Alliance livery. She's a sweetie. I suspect this little piggy is about to go to market. Carl Shield, hello to you from a wet Dublin. Did you enjoy the air show yesterday, Carl? Guessing it was a better day yesterday. Where to point. I'm going to point at the Smiley Dolphin just for a second. 200 up, says Les Donaldson. Thank you so much, folks. The double century, all made possible by you good people. Thank you so much. Lovely stuff. And step forth to the 250. Oh, I got a bit of Jet A1 there. First sniff of the day. Now I'm thinking I'm going on holiday. So United are just about to line up, so as I've got a bit of a default bias towards the 757. There you go, editorial choice. Oh, does that look good? RB211 time. That signature sound. Yeah, I can smell that one too. Why is it the things that are so good are often so bad for you? Ah, 61 757s still in the United fleet, says Robbo. Good for United, that's what I say. There can't be many other airlines operating such a large inventory of 757s. Although America does seem to have a good number. And checking out the emoji action from Robbo, Les Donaldson and Gary Fleming. That wind is whipping up now. Mark 176 confirming next action inbound should be the Delta 767-300 from New York JFK. Got it now. Roger that, buddy. It's over the Firth of Forth. Imminent. In fact, I can see it. So you ain't got time even to put the kettle on. Well, unless you've got a really high wattage kettle or one of those wall-mounted water boilers. Perhaps you're at work and you're sneaking a quick brew in. It's hanging over the Firth of Forth at the minute. Those impossibly broad wings doing the bizzo. More excitable. Audrey, have a great time out with Foxy. Let me know what the weather's doing back in Northumberland. And Mark 176 confirms, yes, the KLM A321 expected here from January. I thought I'd heard October at one time. I'll have to check my notes. And I know they've very recently taken delivery of their first, haven't they? The first A321neo. So things are changing. So let's see. But I've got in my head it might be as soon as October, but then things slip, don't they, in aviation? So Carl is going to the Rush air show today. Well, hopefully the weather will allow you to have a good old time of it. Yeah, thanks Les Donaldson. Back to the A321, the KLM A321. Yeah, debut flight at Hamburg. I knew there was something happening. Exciting stuff, isn't it? And Les, specifically for Les, I can confirm that we don't plan to catch the Pegasus arrival today. For those who are new to the show, I'm not a big fan of the Pegasus livery. I'd much rather see a stripy Condor. Good morning, David. Hello to you. I hope you're having a good Sunday. Car Shield says Dublin quiet this morning. Just feel sometimes, I have this feeling at Newcastle where you hit these little packets of quietness, for want of a better way of putting it. So you have to choose quite carefully when you lay your streams on. Well, I don't know about cancelling the Bray air show, Carl, because the upside was that we got to see a Catalina yesterday that came back from the Bray air show. So I'll be eternally grateful to all concerned for the sight of that. Mohawk, Scotland. I've flown on a 321, but only from Heathrow to Newcastle. Let's just sit one straight in my head. Yeah, it was Heathrow to Newcastle. I've got to be honest, it was very comfortable. I don't know how I'd feel if I'd done 4 or 5 hours on it. It kind of felt Airbus functional, if I'm honest. And I'm not a fan of the A320. I find that an uncomfortable ride, certainly in economy. Not that I've tried the expensive seats, but I can only hope they'd be more comfortable. Checking out that sky. What do you reckon, team? Dry show? I know. Not if you believe the Met Pixies. So we've been fairly fully loaded around the terminal, to be honest. So I think the action is going to pivot towards more departures actually than arrivals. Mark 176 confirms we've got an Air France Hot 170 long range due in about 10. That must be the next in. No, it's not the next in, is it? We have the inbound United Airlines 757 from Washington. That's going to be our next inbound, a 757-200. Departed just over 6 hours ago. That is, you just see the lights on it. It's not gettable camera wise yet, but yeah, with the 757. This is the home of 757s. That's how it feels. Although we don't do that for 76s, do we? We get to see. Oops, they're firing at me again. We'll have a few minutes with this baby, as it looks like it's going to come in without delay. Oh, that's interesting, Ian Lavery. So, no fan of the 7.5 in economy. That's a right shame. I'll tell you what was interesting, and it's sort of very counterintuitive because it's such a small aircraft, but as show regulars will know, me and Mrs PSA flew to Guernsey in a Saab 340. I mean, they're a pretty old aircraft, and I'll tell you now, I know it wasn't a long flight, but it was incredibly comfortable, and we came back in an ATR 72, and that was comfortable as well. Well, I'm sure on a windier day it might present some other interesting feelings, but both were incredibly comfortable rides. Whereas the last time I flew in a 320 coming back from Heathrow to Newcastle, I had the seat right at the back of the plane, no window even, just a fascia panel, and the seat right at the back doesn't seem to have the same angulation as the ones in front, and of course you can't recline it. It was awful. Good thing I was only on the plane for 50 minutes. But I was too tight to pay to reserve the seat, so you might say, well, what's the moral of that story, Mark? Spend a tenner or £8 or whatever it is and choose a seat that suits you best. Can't really argue with that. There's the moral of the story. So I think it's time to get the United arrival from Washington. Hang out a little bit, let it come into the shot. There's me getting excited. So Ian Lavery says the A330 best you've had. Never been in a 330. Would very much like to. On the 350. Anything really. Except, like I say, I'm not so keen on the 320. Some people moan about the Max 8, but as I said before, certainly on a short flight, I found that a comfortable enough flight. I've not experimented with longer routes yet. I think it might just be splitting the volume. The reason I'm telling you this is that it picks up a bit more. And we're kind of talking about that kind of stuff, I think. I might have to just break off commentary and some bags on things, but at the minute I think we're going to style it out. If styling it out is not too much to imagine me doing. And just checking in, Yorkshire Biker, good morning to you, pal. And I see you've got the United emoji going, as has Gary Fleming. And Mark 176 confirming that Delta have an outbound off to Boston, which came in around 8 o'clock, pinging on the ramp. Let's give you a fuller deck while we await that. That's quite a stylish front of house, isn't it? Blue is the colour. Next inbound is that Air France 170 long range. It's in the Funky Hop livery, one of a decreasing number in the Funky Hop. Sounds like a dance, doesn't it? A Funky Hop. Now I won't be interpreting that at the end of the show with a little piece to camera doing a jig. Isn't she lovely? Isn't she wonderful? What did you do to deserve that? Nothing, sorry folks. Just spontaneous. Michelle's got the scrambled eggs and toast on. Just the job, Michelle. As we've covered on previous shows, scrambled eggs on toast, we think is just the job. Jim 33, not a 600. I think it was a 500 we flew on. It looked like it had got some kind of partial conversion, so it was only boarding from the, I think Swift Air were operating as a wet lease for Arini, if I remember correctly. And the front door, all of that was like some kind of cargo-y kind of sacks of mail type zone, I think. It was only rear door boarding on the 500, but it was a good ride. It really was comfortable. In fact, I've got the footage of that one and the Saab takeoff and landings. I'll have to get those popped up for members first. Because Guernsey is such a fantastic airport to fly into. So, vive la France! Ooh la la! This might be the only Embraer 170 in the show today as well. Gotta be honest, being inquisitive in nature, I am still thinking, why is this still sitting there? Although it's got a tug at the front now. Somebody's doing something. What are they doing? Sorry, that's going to be a bit hazy. But being a bit nosy, we need to have a closer look. Exactly, Yorkshire biker. Salut Air France. And John Mackenzie, that was noisy, wasn't it? In fact, very noisy. We see quite a few over time Embraer 170s, or more 190s really, and we never seem to notice the noise levels like that. So treat, I enjoyed that. I couldn't decide with my headphones whether I'd got that right in my head. I thought that does sound a bit noisy. They're packing this away? Was that just a engineer's start-up type thing? I don't know. Certainly haven't boarded anyone on it. Well, Jim 33, I reckon if you can get a canny price on that, I reckon it'd be worth doing. It was on my target list to go on an ATR. We were always going to visit Guernsey anyway, but if I'm honest, it was a real bonus in my head knowing that if we were going Guernsey, that we were going on an ATR. And because of an issue that the airline had, we got a last minute swap that got us a Saab 340, which, I'll be honest, I didn't think I'd ever get to fly on one. So Guernsey really was the trip that kept on giving. So we've got the Delta 767 300, going to be heading back to Boston shortly, very shortly. So let's just watch that. Right, so it's bleeping, so better have a quick look. Better have a look. Right, I'm catching up. John McKenzie, aka the Cookie Monster, has dropped us a fabulous £50 donation via Ko-fi. It's still not showing in the chat though, is it? There is something on my end, it says the chat bot is installed and yet it ain't functioning. So that's something to have a look at. John McKenzie, you're a great mate to the channel. Awesome support. You are just so kind. Let's do the fireworks before the rain comes. So that was the bleeping, Michelle. That was John's generosity. My phone's now having a bit of an away day. So what's going on here? Oh, there we go. I should have put the behind the scenes camera up today, shouldn't I? But I knew if I did, it would definitely rain. And I just can't protect the second camera satisfactorily on wet days. Anyway, no mystery where this baby's going. London Heathrow. Keeps spotting very occasionally with a little bit of rain. To be fair, oh, is that the Delta push back and turn? Yeah, Delta's on the move. I can just see the tail fin. We'll stay with BA for the minute, but if you like your 767s, Edinburgh's the place for you right now. Yeah, I'm mystified going back to the Ko-fi donation, why the chatbot's not working. It says it's enabled. Might have another delve at that. Get under the bonnet. Mark Pride. Good morning to you, Mark Pride. How you doing? Happy Sunday and all that, pal. Just in time to wave this British Airways A350 off to London Heathrow. There's Donaldson giving it a BA trio of emojis to send it on its way. So Mark Pride, you are just in time for the Delta Airlines 767. John McKenzie, I just caught your comment about the Ryanair 747-200. Biblical noise levels. Didn't they used to have a 100 that they used to fly through Heathrow for many, many years after everybody stopped doing it? For some reason I've got that in my head. I think it was a 100, not a 200. Proper collector's piece. Because of course they've been under sanctions for that blinking long. Yes on it. Can't see it though. I've got half a hunch they're running the engines up on that 757 that is parked over yonder. Let's get on there. Yeah, look. Yeah, giving them a run up. So, sort of. Oh, hang on a minute. Another 767 alert. Mark 176 inbound from Atlanta. 20 minutes out. Roger that, pal. I'm excited about that. Right, next inbound is Ryanair from Copenhagen. A Max 8200, brand new in July of this year. Could be the accolade of newest plane in the show. This flight departed 1 hour 32 minutes ago and counting. Plane still over the Firth of Forth. Registered Echo India, India, Juliet, Victor. Currently 2,500 feet. Coming our way. And also coming our way is the one and only Foxy B. Good morning, Foxy B. I think you're right, Michelle. I think this is more of a tech test. This plane, the one that's on screen at the minute, is just toying with me. It's not going to go out during the show, I don't think. I think whatever it is getting a good old shakedown. Really what they should do is get it in the sky, get it to a few circuits, a few touch and goes. We'd be okay with that. I think we'd vote for that, won't we? Any executives at United, go on, it's great advertising. Ooh, bizjet alert, thanks Mark 176, roger that. Yeah, I wondered what a Vesna was, and then I said it in my head and I heard Cessna. Funny, isn't it? You look at the words and they kind of don't switch the right bits of your brain on, but if you say it as it sounds, sometimes it triggers you to where you want to go. Excellent stuff. I think I might have that plane in my notes, but I can't remember why. Perhaps I meant to put it in my notes. That sounds more likely. Oop, the plane's moving. I'm fiddling with the screens and the plane is rolling. Bye. Well, next plane ain't far off either. So this will be our inbound from Copenhagen. Keep looking over my shoulder just to see what the outbound Delta flight to Boston is doing. Nil to report at the minute. Ah, there you go. It's emerging like the colossus that it is. So, while that's going on, our inbound bizjet, inbound from London Biggin Hill, is operated by Atlantic Air Solutions. Well, it's owned by Atlantic Air Solutions. It's actually operated by Pro Air Aviation. Departed Biggin Hill 1 hour 9 minutes ago. A Cessna 525 Citation CJ2 Plus. Yeah, I've already forgotten what I started saying. Yeah, that's a lot of stuff. Frederick Fogg. Good morning, Frederick. I'm Mark. Very pleased to meet you. And you're in the Outer Banks of North Carolina, US of A. Listen, it's fantastic to be able to meet good folks like yourself, so thank you for tuning in, Frederick. A real pleasure, and I mean that. community on this channel is second to none. FM Travel Vlogs, hello to you. Welcome to the show. Anyway, I'm Mark, so we all know who we are. And we're going to be on air till about 1:15 UK time when the Qatar Airways A350-900 arrives in from Doha. If it comes a bit early, we'll still finish at 1:15, but that's roughly where the balance is at. Graham Thompson won. How goes it, Graham? Have you had your Tiger Moth flight yet, or have you got a date for it? I saw the plane, or one of their moths, up just off the coast yesterday, not far off from Amble. I will try and keep up. I was just adjusting something. Let's get our Cessna 525 Citations CJ2 Plus. I think I remembered it correctly. I definitely know it's inbound from Biggin Hill, and she's a thing of beauty. Tell you what, that is whisper quiet, isn't it? Whisper quiet. Ooh, got a niff off that too. So where's our big Delta? Where's the big Delta? There it is. And of course we've got the Atlanta flight inbound as well, although not next in. That pleasure is an EasyJet baby bus from Belfast, currently over the Firth of Forth. That aircraft around 15 years of age, so that's your inbound EasyJet. The 767 you're looking at is a bit older at 26 years. Rab H is in the show. Internet patchy, more importantly, Rab, have you looked into some decent weather? Hoping you're having a good time at Knockhill. Although I called it Rab Hill earlier in the show, to much chortlement. You know I get tongue-tied. So our EasyJet has just crossed the coast, so I'm going to put you on that momentarily. So thanks, Robbo. The Qatar is due in about 10-15 minutes early. So it'll be a case then of going till 1:15, I think. Hang on a minute, Ian Nicholson's glided one beautifully under my radar. Chat's a bit stuttery. Ian Nicholson, you are fantastic. Thank you so much for gifting a membership. That went to Pennines Studio. So let's get your fireworks on. No, we'll do the fireworks in a minute. I fear a catastrophe. A catastrophe. You're a real mate to the show, you really are. Right, that Bisjet's squirting along. I so much want to put the camera on that, but can't be everywhere. You might see it in the back of this shot actually. Or not. So the Bisjet has slowed right down for its starboard turn. Right, Ian Nicholson, thank you so much, mate. Right, let's wait up on the 767 while we take stock of the next inbound aircraft, and that is a Ryanair from Paris Beauvais, a Max 8 200, and 2 years of age or thereabouts. That's your next inbound aircraft. Bob you on that one in a jiffy. Just wondering if there's anything else I need to look at before then. Probably there is, but looks like we've got a Ryanair on the way out as well, so one in, one out. So for anybody that is new in the show as well, won't have heard me say this, new to the channel, we are Aberdeen later this week, Thursday and Friday, so do look out for the thumbnails. They're going to go out, if not this evening, tomorrow morning I think. Oh, planes and trains alert, here we go, check this out. Cross-country trains, if I'm not much mistaken. Leslie, right, I think this 757 shutting down from its test. Go back on that in a minute to be sure, but it's a shame. Kenji is in the house. Good morning, Kenji. How goes it? Thank you, Foxy B, for your kind comment too. Occasionally I look into something nice. Top and tailed by Ryanair. So here's the one we've just seen round. And here's the one we're going to wave off. So the one we're waving at is off to Dublin. Yeah, can't complain, Kenji. Cannot complain. Always a happy pup, me, when I'm at Edinburgh. I really am. Hope it's all good with you. Right, somebody is twinkling on finals. Who might that be? EasyJet inbound from London Luton baby bus, so we'll have a look at that in a bit. So Ryanair emoji action from Gary Fleming and Kenji. And I see I've missed it, so sorry folks, I'm bound to have been alerted and missed it. We're over 200 likes. Oh no, I know about the 200. I've got that. We're marching towards 250. Ignore me. I'm in an abstract moment. So folks, if you get to hit the like and you're enjoying the show, please do give us that support. It goes a massive long way with YouTube. And if you're not yet a member, remember that option is extremely competitively priced. Just click on the dollar button to the right bottom of the chat and that'll tell you what you need to know. Try not to snigger in the chat because it is a sniggery kind of moment. I put sun cream on today. I know they say you should do in summertime anyway, but it seems pointless now. Right, Loganair, Scotland's finest, on their way out the building. And I see we have 180 people currently watching the show, so thank you each and every one of you. Just lovely to be able to share the aviation action at Edinburgh. It's just such a great airport, it really is. As I've said before, I wish I lived nearer. But we will be back here Thursday as we stop off here on the way to Aberdeen. So as long as it's not slamming it down with rain here, we'll do a short Edinburgh show, jump in the PSA mobile and continue the journey. But if it's raining, it's probably not the smartest, because if you get everything wet, it's just going to be dripping wet for another couple of hours. Electronics don't tend to care for that, although we do protect the kit pretty good. Checking out that bird song. Cheapy cheap, cheap, cheap. Probably flush out a few more shots from the bird scarer. So let's have a look in the chat. Some EasyJet tailfin emoji action from Gary Fleming, Ken G and Michelle Johnson. Les Donaldson confirming that it's Delta time. 767 inbound from Atlanta. Thank you one and all. Keith Cornell, I think, might be on his way. Sorry, Keith, if I've missed you, but thank you so much for your support, pal. It's been an absolute pleasure to be in your company. Right, this inbound plane from Atlanta just crossing the coast now. Aircraft 25 years of age, entering service in February 1999, when we were all busy flapping about the Millennium Bug. Those of us that were around then will remember that the IT community did rather well during that time. And then when it came to it, nothing really happened, did it? Except we turned into the year 2000. Right, that Delta's snuck in. Sometimes they kind of tread water. Not this one. How iconic is that? Size of those winglets. Nicely done though. We'll pick that one up in a minute. We'll travel with the fast scooting EasyJet. No hanging around there. See somebody on finals out to sea. So looking at that 767 emoji smashing in the chat. Les Johnson, Les Johnson, Les Donaldson, Michelle Johnson, sorry both, Ken G, Gary Fleming, Sea of 767. In Lavery's got rain. I'm rather hoping we can beat the curve. I really am. In fact, let's just quickly check on that in case there's an update. Like I say, I'm ready to go to rain mode really quickly today. I've travelled a bit light on that front. 5% chance of rain at the minute, 20% when we go off air. 16 degrees at the moment. Yeah, no, I think odds are as good as they're going to be. Bisjet short finals, that's what I can see, is it, Les? Thank you so much, pal. Jonathan McD has got rain though, getting darker. I'm starting to wonder. I am starting to wonder now. That's me being cavalier with the weather forecast, isn't it? How many times do I do that? KLM are pushing back with what I think was a 737-900. Wind is picking up, most definitely, as you could probably hear on microphone. Oh, Keith Cornell, I thought you got me. I'm glad you're not. Right, I'll go in my emails later, Keith, so thank you for sharing that. Foxy V with some 767 emoji too. Caught plane. Can we have a bit more of it? I'd like it going on. No, that Bisjet is squirting in from on a very low trajectory, or relatively. This would have been a telescope nailed on. Les, you've saved me. Stylish. Not a clue whose that is. I'll stick my neck out and say a Phenom 300. Rare Phenom 300. Let's give it up for the 767 though, the Titan plane that it is. Tell you what a contrast there. Everything possible in that sky. Hills in the background. Big plane in the foreground. There's a scene full of possibilities. KJ21, good morning to you, my friend. Oh, hi to you as well. Good morning to you, Gary. So Tony Rivers is chastening my hopes for skating on the weather. Dark cloud over me, showers north and south, drizzling in central Fife. The wind is definitely picking up. That was forecast to strengthen through to show close. No question about that. But I really thought we might get away with it. It's that teasy kind of day, isn't it? Well, unless you're in central Fife, in which case you're getting the rain. It's not t-shirt weather though. I've kind of made a bit of an error kit-wise, so I've come with a raincoat. You aren't surprised to learn, but I've just got a polo shirt with Under Armour and a thin fleece, and it's just about bearable for a nesh man like me. See what Meta thinks while we're about it. Let's refresh the page while we watch the smiley dolphin swim on out. So clouds, it says 4,000 feet, 4,200 feet. Broken cloud, doesn't feel broken to me. 10 knots of wind now, 2 knots of crosswind. So yeah, we're gathering wind strength. EasyJet inbound from Paris Charles de Gaulle is our next inbound action. Here she comes. Oop, crikey, that smiley dolphin has swum up the track, as you'll see in a minute when the two planes cross the shot. Wow, that phenom, I've got to show you it if it is a phenom. Look, it's hanging around, is it? Right, telescope. Could be a telescope. Nah, not a telescope. Sorry, I had to wiggle it. Yeah, it still smells like I'm down at the airport. Right, I might be able to get a little picture for the scrapbook of the inbound plane. Let's have a look. Not going to be a beautiful shot though, is it? Just the one for posterity. Oh, it was a Phenom 300. There you go. Ooh, have they got the hold open of that freighter? Is it an optical illusion? Optical illusion. Never mind. KLM next out the door, but we're going to stay with this little beauty for a minute before she fades out of view. It's starting to rain, I think. You're right, Michelle, KLMs don't tend to hang around, but I'm sure that's to do with the amount of taxiing they have to do at Schiphol. It's a boundless location. Michelle, no, Paul doesn't work at Edinburgh anymore. You'll see him in the chat as Maverick 79. I know he has been on his tour on his motorbike, heading southwards, but no, he's not. He doesn't work at the airport anymore. He was doing an absolute monster amount of commuting for that job. Of course, that's exhausting in its own respect, isn't it? Plus, it's money out your pocket. Yeah, Les, that did seem a little bit interesting, didn't it? Bit of a bizjet park up on the cargo ramp. Is that in any way because that United's blocking the route? Probably not, but you're right. Look at that. In fact, I'm just going to squeeze a single shot off of that. That is a pretty rarity. Well done, Les. Good spot. Just pick up the EasyJet as it squirts past. Tommy 0906. Good morning to you, my friend. You're going to Edinburgh tomorrow. Hoping the weather is decent for you. I think if I lived near here, I'd probably be here most days, as long as it wasn't raining. It's moving. Just excuse me a second. the increased wind strength is just knocking a few bits and bobs about. I think as well, Michelle, when you do shift work and you have a long commute, it's like a double whammy, isn't it? In my days as a pit electrician, I used to do nothing like the distance Paul was doing, but after a night shift, more than once I've nearly ended up in the hedge. What do you reckon to this baby? So plenty more up our sleeves in today's show, so if you've just joined us, stick around, it's going to unfold a treat. The sounds I'm hearing from the showground side, from the Truckfest, don't sound very trucky. Sounds more like somebody with a Ford Capri with a blowing exhaust. Well, a souped up one. Oh, that is interesting. Good spot, Kenji. Is the City Line iteration that newest version of Lufthansa, the one they've had all those pilots on the payroll pending for? I know they've got another version of it, a bit like BA do with City Flyer and other things they've tried over the years. Usually it's in some way, I reckon, connected with terms and conditions and stuff, but or tax efficiency. Yeah, I think I'd seen somewhere there was another Lufthansa type start-up. I couldn't recollect off the top of my head what it was called. City Line, City Flyer, City everything. They've all been used, haven't they, by somebody or other. Gary Fleming's gone plane of the day on that, and I have to be honest with you, it's a very solid shout, very solid. To be honest, I've always got a bias towards special liveries, and it does look rather good on the 319. Keith Cornell says Lufthansa Cityline originally was all about the CRJ7 and 900s. Interesting. That's definitely something that's missing from today's show, isn't it? A CRJ 900 or even 1000. Oh yes, Cityline. Am I thinking CityJet? I might be thinking CityJet because CityJet were at least for Lufthansa, and I've flown with them. That was another very comfortable ride. I see the Air France hop is shortly to be departing. There she is. We'll just stay on that, see if we can catch the pushback. Well, I'm going to guess that that monster truck show has got monster attendance, just to illustrate the point, and bearing in mind this parking further on. What's that? Is that a bungee thing? No. For a minute I thought it was one of those bungee jumpy things. Anyway, look. I'm glad we're not running 06s today. That looks a lot more cars than I'm used to seeing. Wowsy. Yeah, and there's the mound. That's normally where we go. A couple of hardy souls there. They're normally at the other end. Anyway, if buts and maybes, it's runway 24 today. But yeah, that looks, well, Truckfest indeed. Bit more work to be done there. Yeah, that looks a full car park. Yeah, Hawkeye, you know, I'll be honest with you, I wasn't planning to do this weekend. If we hadn't swapped out last Sunday's show to do the A321 special at Newcastle, I would have swerved the Truckfest. There's a few friends in the show have all said the same thing. Truckfest, perhaps best avoided. If it had been 06s, I definitely would have still had to avoid, I think. But because we didn't do last Sunday's show here, I thought, yeah, well, as you know, members had the vote on where they wanted to roll that one forward. Folks said Sunday. I thought I'd give it a go, especially with the plans that we got this week. Hammy, good morning. I think I might be identifying as a tree. Although if I did, all the local dogs would be peeing up my leg, wouldn't they? Hope you're doing well, mate. Been a bit worried about you. Hope you're keeping well. What's the weather doing with you, Hammy? You're my weather totem. I always think that in this show. What's it doing with Hammy? So Les says 13:55 for an SAS CRJ. Yeah, that's later than I've got planned for today. You know me, I am sometimes given to last minute changes of flight and fancy, but I've got a feeling we'd not stretch the lookout with the weather that far. Although looking at the forecast, it could be bright by 2 o'clock. Oop, looks like action just there. And of course Air France Hop also pushed back and turned, so action pending, folks. So we're looking good, looking good. I think Mohawk Scotland, if we had to create a category for most technical plane of the day, it would be that one, wouldn't it? Oop, somebody on finals. I better get focused. Les, catch you shortly, pal. You might want to brolly, I don't know. Inbound, what we're talking about. EasyJet inbound from Milan. An A319-100 departed 2 hours 21 minutes ago. Aircraft 14 years of age, entering service in October 2009. That's that plane, for the avoidance of doubt. Tell you what, does anyone in the show know what time Truckfest finishes? Because that's the other calculation. don't really want to be cutting across all the departing traffic. I mean, we won't be finishing at 1 o'clock, I know that. I'm just curious what kind of window we've got to work with. Ghost plane, I can't get a focus. Hocus pocus. As you can see, it's quite darkish at the minute. Air France Hop pulling on out. You should see it in the background of this shot actually as it crosses the inbound EasyJet. By. I'll tell you what, Air France is definitely rivaling KLM for some fairly rapid taxiing. So as always folks, gentle plea on likes, see if we can get north of 250. Be pretty awesome if we can. 415 says Mohawk Scotland for Truckfest. Yeah, definitely got no designs on that one. It would take Air Force One or the Red Arrows or something to keep me here to that time, I think. Mind you, I'd do that in my pants in the driving rain, to be fair, if that was what you had to do to get that action here. See what I'm prepared to do for the team. Not with behind the scenes cameras, of course. Thanks, Amy. Weather noted. I think it's a tease today. It's just a tease. It's one of those days where I think it's just going to be localised. Pentland Hills look pretty good actually. Right, here we go. Iberia Express is now moving. Return flight to Madrid. That's the plane you're looking at. Hammy hits 11 months with the channel. 2 weeks until 12 months. We'll put on a special Hammy show, Hammy. In fact, try not to laugh too much at the following. I thought originally this was going to be show 150 or 150th live stream. Turns out that happened last Sunday at Newcastle and I didn't even know. I'm starting to wonder if I'm really 59. Hammy, let's do your fireworks, mate. Yeah, fancy that. I managed to miss my 150th anniversary. It's a good thing it wasn't Mrs. PSA's birthday or our wedding anniversary or something. I'll try better for number 200. Pretty shameful though. Right, turn and burn, clear track. Kenji one tries, although I usually end up coming up short. Look at that, head to head. I suppose I better take a bit of an investigation as to where the Ryanair's bound from. Nantes. I've got my pronunciation possibly in the right place, thanks to Sarah Louise's patient coaching. Warren Sanderson, good morning to you. You've just seen the Catalina, have you, in Northumberland, flying north at 2,000 feet. Roger that. It'd be lovely if it came to Edinburgh. Seems to me all the special planes seem to head to Wick for some reason. Thanks, Foxy B. Listen, I'm nothing if not authentic. Oh, sorry, Gary Fleming. Michelle says constant sound in the background. In the background, Truckfest. In the foreground, I think it's a mixture of sounds I can hear, APUs and stuff. I don't think I've got anything being bashed by the wind on my setup. I stand to be corrected. It was rattling a couple of bits, but I've taped a few things down as we've gone on with the stream. What sound can you hear, Michelle? Is it something that needs nailing? Oh right, thank God for that. I was just start taping something else. Comedy capers, courtesy of Mark. It is a blowy old day, southwesterly as it is. And I've got quite a lot of, well, say flowers, wild flowers in front of me. There's a lot of things moving about, creating rustle. So what's this baby waiting for? What time's it due to go? Scheduled to go at 10:40. So it's good. All is good. Bleepy noise. I'll check to see what bleepy noise is. Tell you what, folks, I may have to reach for the coat. Oh dearie me. Oh, we're moving. Here we go. Got on ATC. Conjured us up a bit of action. Oh, my plane's moved. Just been going through the various screens and check that we are all peachy and good for power. So good morning as well. Well, depending on where you are, of course. Welcome to Edinburgh Airport if you've just joined the show. If you don't know me, I'm Mark, so my pleasure to be able to share the action here at Scotland's busiest airport, the UK's 6th busiest, and definitely one of the most beautiful locations. I don't think you'll find a busier UK airport in such a nice setting. It's a hell of a high bar on that one. as you'll see later on in various shots. Pentland Hills in the background. It's just fantastic. And summer season here in particular has been absolutely fantastic in terms of action. United pushing back for what I suppose to be Chicago. 757 action imminent. Tony McCall, what have we got? Yeah, they're definitely giving that 757 some testing, some TLC testing. I still think they'd be better taking it up and doing a few circuits, a few touch and goes. We won't tell if they don't. Right, off to Nantes. Do you know what, Mohawk, Scotland? I've never flown from Edinburgh. I already flew from here with Ryanair last week. Had a decent flight from what I understand. Flew to Seville. I don't know how I found the airport itself. So when we do Zurich later this month, Eddie will be with me then, but I think he's going to do at least one with me before then, so we'll get him to review the Edinburgh experience live on air. See what he has to say. Of course, we're actually flying to Zurich from Edinburgh. Hang on, it's just occurred to me. I'll be able to find out my own view. We're flying with Edelweiss later this month, and I cannot wait for that. Nine more likes for the 250 team. If you're watching the show and you've yet to give us that love that the like confers, make an old man very happy. Oops, what can I hear? The starter. Yeah, they're spanking it. That geezer standing at the front, he must have some good headphones. Wonder what his taste in music is. Give it some welly. Thank you, Gary Fleming. That nudge on likes, it is such a big thing for YouTube channels, and if you're not yet subscribed to the channel, it's entirely free, just like liking, and we'd love to have you with us. And of course, once you're subscribed, you can jump into that chat. Quite a lot of noise building up now. We've got the United 757 off to Chicago to my right, to my left, where the camera is more or less now, the other side of that British Airways departure. We've got an engine start-up, test, and we've got an EasyJet departure. Here we go. This is going to be moving. Sounds like that's, yep, motion. We're in motion. Somebody has just lit the chat up green. Linda Stegengager? Linda Stegengager? Linda, I've probably not pronounced your name correctly. I am rubbish at pronouncing names, shamefully rubbish. I'm so touched by your fantastic support of the channel. 10 gifted memberships. Linda, what can I say? I'm Mark anyway, in case you didn't know that. So I'm shouting, but I'm getting hyper. Here's some fireworks. Thank you so much, Linda. Stegenga. Let me have another go. Stegenga. Got my teeth in now. Oh, awesome support. And let's see who got. Right. Steady, steady. See, I can't read properly. Mac Cat Lady. Sidale. Andrew White, Jackie McDonald, oh, we know Jackie, RCC we know as well, Richard Morgan, who we also know, Rachel Gilliver, Caroline Kernan, Mark Stocks, and Vinod's Travel Diary. Fantastic. Media Telescope, Heathrow departure pending. So, Linda, everything we get goes straight on content. Case in point, the show moves to Aberdeen on Thursday and Friday of this week. So, please do look out for us. Money's being put to work straight away. And of course, folks, do have that notification bell hit, then you'll know what we're up to. Eee. Wasn't that getting noisy? I think that little passage of play was possibly the noisiest ambient noise that I've noted here at Edinburgh, to be truthful. We get noisy planes through, but that was a lot of stuff being noisy at the same time. Looks like WestJet have pushed back and turned. I'm kind of thinking that must be Toronto. I think the Halifax flight has already gone. Unless I've completely lost the plot. Possibly have. Well, I can't see it transponding. So we'll roll on out with our United. Flying pencil departure pending. See somebody's on finals. And that is SunExpress inbound from Antalya. Told you I've got trip over myself too much. As Robbo says, 30-mile finals. Sounds like sirens in the background. All very exciting. So, bottom up, Michelle Johnson 757 emojis and United deployed. Ken G2. It's going to be a turn and go, isn't it? There's no godly reason to do otherwise. Plus there's a plane on finals. So EasyJet also taxiing out for departure. We'll look that one up in a jiffy. And we're off. Tweak on the rudder. Bye. Let me just give you a quick taste of tease. of our WestJet. Looks like it's going to go soon. Vinod's travel diary is in the show, so not only benefiting from Linda's generosity, but here with us at Edinburgh. So good morning to you, my friend. Although just checking, because thinking it's perilously close to being good afternoon time here in the UK. What's the word, team, in terms of that Qatar 350? It was looking early last we knew. SunExpress about to come in, bang on time by the look of it. Early actually, talking of early. So let's put it on screen. So all you new members in the show, do be sure to check out the membership video that got posted last night of the Catalina flying boat that was gracing the skies of Northumberland over the last few days. Don't know when we'll next get to see that baby. Right, so yes, I linger here a second longer. I've got a WestJet crush. Up we're rolling. So EasyJet to London Luton is your next plane. 16 years of age. In action. Ooh, WestJet has snuck out in front. Let's go to that. It's all very well me having a crush on the WestJet livery. I've got to get it on screen. Perhaps at 59 I'm a bit old for a crush, but you get the general idea. 250 likes up, says Gary Fleming. Thank you so much, Gary. Amy, you are right about this livery. It is sublime. We really need a PSA WestJet livery emoji. That looks quite tricky. Well, tricky to do well anyway. If you want to make it look a bit like a Blue Peter mashup, I suppose you could come up with something else, or just do a lazy arse cheat and just take a picture of the tail fin. We're not going to shortchange you like that, but we'll have to work something out. Although I'm not seeing this transponding on flight radar. Are folks in the chat seeing it? definitely not. Oh, it's appeared now. There's the thing. Some revving going on at that Truckfest. Trucks aren't really my thing, but it does sound like it might be a lot of fun there. Right, showtime. Off to Toronto. So, in front of us, we've still got JetBlue and United Airlines to grace the action. I see somebody on finals, we'll route that one out in a second. And it looks like we've got a bizjet departure from Edinburgh to Dublin as well. In the meantime, Grant Finley, good morning to you, Grant. Hope all is good. EasyJet cancelled your flight from Gatwick to Salzburg in September. Now flying to Munich and then train to Salzburg. That will be amazing. When we did the Munich and Frankfurt streams back in June, I was on my own on that trip. Did a rail journey between Munich and Frankfurt. It was the better thing to do on cost, but I quite like the train journeys. I've done something similar between Schiphol and Dusseldorf, and I found that really good fun. So that sounds really cool, to be honest. Sometimes things work out for the best, don't they? It's yeah, cool. I've just gone further up the chat. Yeah, Hammy, potty mouth. I'm much better at the minute. I'm not having to use substitute words, but occasionally I slip. I'm human after all, aren't I? Well, someone's shooting at me now. Yeah, I do forgive myself occasionally. Quite fancy spotting from Salzburg at some point as well. If I remember correctly, it might have been Think Planes did Salzburg somewhere in the winter, and they got all the snow in the background and stuff, and it looked pretty cool to me. Thinking, heck, our Cessna's a bit low slung, or someone's let the tyres down. Here they are. Inbound. Anyway, inbound is an EasyJet from Prague, an A320 Neo. Registered Golf uniform Zulu Lima Kilo, 4 years of age. Just crossed land at about 900 feet or thereabouts. Oh dear, I couldn't get my words out. I know it sounds daft, but days like today can sort of almost not freeze your face. It's not that cold, nowhere near that cold, but it has a similar thing. Sean Nigan, hello to you. New tropical storm near to Florida. Does that mean we're going to get it in about 2 weeks' time or a week's time? Always seems, because obviously we take a lot of our weather from the west. Won't be long before we're into named storm season. here in the UK and Ireland. So we'll let the EasyJet roll out and track momentarily with this outbound Ryanair. Not a clue where it's going. I know there's Ryanair just crossing the coast now from Belfast. That'll be an next arrival, looking at the distance. That Cessna citation 525 or whatever it is. Let's see if it is that one. 525A citation CJ2 plus. Plus is important. Probably an extra 20 grand for the plus. Is just there. I wonder what makes it a plus. Homework for self, really. Ken G, I've heard it said that Mark is inhuman. You've reaffirmed my faith in life. I'm only human after all. I think they're giving those RB211s a bit more of a spank over on that plane that's on test. Let's see if I'm right. Yeah. The geezer standing in front of that 757. I know I've said it already, but I am struck by how good his ear defenders must be. I wonder if he's got plugs underneath the ear defenders. Well, the Bisjet is moving. I wonder if I can show you any of that smoke cloud. You might just see a small trace of that kind of dissipating quite quickly. Such is the breeze today, that constant southwesterly that we've got. Sean Nigan, I'm definitely not in Florida. Kind of wish I was. Hammy says JetBlue is pinging. They don't tend to switch their transponders off, Hammy. To be honest, I wouldn't be at all surprised if it's been bleeping all the time. I've noticed before on streams that they're often transponding cheerfully in between times, although it is due to go out at around 12:20, I reckon. Top of my head stuff. So who knows? Right, bizjet time. Come on, pocket rocket, show us what you can do. Cessna 525 citation 2 plus minus divided by, I don't know, square root of. Thing of beauty, that much is known. Getting a bit crowded front of house. and there's more to come. So what we got inbound? British Airways inbound from London Gatwick, an Embraer 190 standard, 10 years of age, is well into finals, currently about, where are we now, 500 feet or getting close to it. Looking at the Ryanair that is parked next to the parts. I've got something else to share with you, kind of Ryanair orientated, which is quite interesting. That's why it interested me over a pot of tea this morning. So let's lock ourselves on to Ryanair while I root out the thing that was in the back of my head, or more accurately, check my notes. So the plane you're looking at is off to Prague. So what caught Mark's eye was a report in the media about Ryanair. Apparently they had to cancel 651 flights in July alone. They've attributed to ATC airport related issues, but still managed to grow overall traffic to over 20 million passengers carried in that month. The first time I think they've done more than 20 million in a single month. So 650 flights short and you've done more passengers than ever. Load factor of 96%. Pretty decent. But no, it just really caught me that, because I know they're behind on Boeing deliveries as well, so there's some routes that they've not been able to implement as planned. Can't believe they're not in the 651, but still mega numbers. I'm thinking we can't be far away from a Brussels Airlines spotty delivery arrival. Can't be far at all off. Sure, Nigan, if Debbie hits, certainly if Debbie hits here, or Debbie 2 or whatever, we'll be seeing some exciting aviation action, no doubt. It's a good question posed by Hammy. You just clean the tower windows. Funny, but when I was in Frankfurt looking at, I can't remember if they have 2 towers there, certainly the one nearest Terminal 2, they've got like an external window cradle for want of a better way of putting it. So it basically rotates around the building, a bit like skyscrapers in central London. Anyway, it does sound like it will be a full-on job. Kevin McWilliam, good morning. No, good afternoon, sir. It's good afternoon now. Qatar due in at 1:10, so it's now pretty much on track. We plan to finish at 1:15 then. We're on time. Ah, Hawkeye Danu. That was the last plane you flew on, was it? That Embraer, was it gone? Oh, it's that one. Where's it gone? Put a bag on my head and spin me round. I'll go further back up the chat. I'm quite intrigued with this. Robbo's posted about the Cessna Citation, the CJ2. Talks about the differences between the CJ2 and the CJ2 Plus. Ah. Great shout that, Robbo. I was going to look that one up as well. You've saved me the trouble. Oh, plane coming in. It's an EasyJet, I can tell you that much. See enough orange. Light is kind of picking up a bit. So we've got an EasyJet A320-200 from Geneva. 12 years of age is our plane. Checking that wind picking up. Still running that test. Look at that, look at the heat blasting out, the jet wash blasting out of that 757. It's definitely getting to work. Right, update from Kevin McWilliam, 12:56 due in early. Well, we'll finish Bob on the advertised time, unless something super compelling falls our way. Our next inbound looks to be British Airways inbound from London Heathrow, an A319-100. Just about to line up for finals, so we're going to stand by on that one. Likes count, we're north of 250, so that's all good, folks. And I see 140 watching, so we're probably pretty much liked up. But if you are watching the show and you're yet to hit the like, every like counts at PSA. And if you're not yet subscribed, we'd love to have you with us. I suppose I ought to tactfully inquire as to where this baby is going. Bristol. About Finley, that does sound intriguing, the viewing area. It's one of the things about Zurich, they've got loads of good spotting areas, and if I remember correctly, they've got two different viewing balcony type setups, plus any number of good spots around the airport. So sounds like Salzburg is nicely. That's what I'm after. Situated. Oh, Kevin McWilliams says weather warning for Edinburgh this evening or this afternoon in early evening, thunderstorms. Mercifully, I will not be fretting myself about those, although near my luck there'll be in Northumberland too. Right, so inbound British Airways is just about worth grabbing, I think, now. Let's see what's what. Looks to me now for a minute. Yeah, I think that Delta. Have we got Delta transponding? I don't think we have. We have. It's the Atlanta, not Antalya. Atlanta Delta. Bit of back to back there. Alibi 58. Good afternoon, Mucker. Bit of a hangover today, have you? I hope it was well earned, mate. What was the occasion? Something good, I hope. Must have been happy with the point that we picked up yesterday. Delta's moving. Bigger fish. Off to Atlanta. A bit more 767. Sexy 767 action coming our way. Ooh, Hammy's got light rain. Cheerfully noted. I say cheerfully noted. Bit of a grimace if you knew the truth. Oops, telescope alert though. Inbound Lufty from Frankfurt. This is an A321 if memory serves. Fourth one of the show. Sadly not the one in the 600th livery. sure I keep sensing spots of rain. Almost tempted to bag the camera up, but I'm having a gamble. Right, so where are we? Next inbound is going to be a Ryanair from Béziers. Could be said like that. Registered G Rookie Golf Romeo Uniform Kilo India. Anyway, that's 737-800, and that is gonna be your next landing. I would think this Delta has time to get out. So what I am up for, which sounds perverse, if we get a shower just before the Qatar Airways A350 is due in, that might make some nice spray shots. Planes and trains alert. Look at that. Gorgeous. You are a wag, Hammy. Oops. Right. Tell you what, that Lufty is moving fast. I'm going to have to catch a piece of it. And then we'll get to the inbound Ryanair. But at this rate of knots, I should be able to have my cake and eat it. This will be at the gate before the inbound plane touches down. Great. Inbound action, here we come. Right, Delta time, folks. Time to smash the emojis, send this plane off to Atlanta in style. 767-300. 263 lights on the clock. The march is on. Final hour of the show. Can we get to 300 or anything better than? Let's find out. So, as soon as the track runs clear, this should be good to go, because we've got an EasyJet from Bristol on finals, a 5-year-old A320 Neo. I think Hammy's rain hasn't turned up. It's on the cusp of turning up. Checking out that Delta time spamming in the chats. Let's see who I can see. SC Aviation, Kenji, Yorkshire Biker, DB Bassman. Alibi 58 is supposed to be making raspberry vodka later. Is it me, folks? It's a long time since I've been hungover with vodka, but that is one of those smells that really curdles the stomach the next day. As a young man, when I got fed up with the pints, you know, sort of well into the evening, and you don't want to buy beer in a nightclub because it's watery and not so nice, move on to the vodka and oranges. But yeah, no such thing as hangover free boozing, is there? Scottish Linda, how are you doing? So let's see, member for 3 months. First thing we need to do is get some fireworks on. Hope you're keeping well, Linda. Definitely good at this end. Funny old day, mind. It's definitely not much of a summer's day, is it? It's hey ho. Hammy doesn't do vodka, just gin. You see, I've never really done gin, and I've not done vodka for too many years. Perhaps that's the way to go. Anyway, thank you so much for your support, Linda. Can't give you the 3 months back, unfortunately. No remission at plain sailing aviation. Not even for good behaviour. Right, next plane just crossing the coast with the EasyJet. Inbound from Krakow, we have an A320 Neo, brand new in February of this year. Oops, I'm over panning. So I think the weather looks a bit better that way, but of course with the southwesterly that doesn't help us, does it? Well, that'd be nice, Michelle Johnson. Yeah, don't rush back if you're catching up with friends from the days of old. Cherish the moment. I bought a brolly today, but I don't think I dare put it up. I think the wind will have it. And I'll be off, like Mary Poppins, Mark Poppins, if you will. Nice speed-ups. Plenty of action. Right, what can I see? What can I see? Still testing that 7.5 is the first question. Yeah, they are. Michelle, the fiddler's elbow. So what's occurring for us? Let's have a look. Ryanair inbound from Valencia, departed 2 hours 42 minutes ago. G Rucco, Golf Romeo Uniform Kilo Oscar. That's your next plane. Sounds like they're giving it full beans over there. And Jet 2 are pushing back. So, nice little packet of action we are into. Looks like SunExpress might be about to push back. Anyway, can't risk telescope 20, not happening today. Let's just have a look at that one. I finally stopped calling JetBlue Jet 2. Had to happen eventually. Honestly, Ken G, if we go back to the guy that's in front of that 757 that's under test, even with ear defenders, the vibration alone must be really quite tiring to deal with. There's some hard-working souls out there. Anyway, inbound action. What's that going to be? Ryanair from Budapest. Departed 2 hours 42 minutes ago. 737-800. 13 years of vintage. Just around 800 feet at the minute. Well into finals. Pilot was feeling at those few knots of crosswind. You definitely sense a bit of additional correction. So Robbo says the JetBlue A321. Let's get it on camera. That one is named Welcome to the Mintiverse. Mintiverse. Oh dear. I'm averse to trips to the doctors, but definitely not Mintiverse. That's quirky. Do we know what inspires that? Mintiverse. Alright, see a couple of planes lined up as well. Further on out. So that's EasyJet from Madrid, next in an A320. Pursued in by Ryanair from Wizz. The next two inbounds. We've got an EasyJet holding short at the minute, off to Milan. So we're stacked up nicely for action. Crikey. Give it a bit more. Oh, and JetBlue's moving. I'm over there. Might have to take a picture of this baby. Bit light on JetBlue images for thumbnails, so sorry about the pause you got there, team. Uh-oh. It happened. Oh, for jiffy's sake. I can't face looking into the chat. In my defence, I was seduced by this aircraft. I've been romanced by JetBlue. Right. Right, Yorkshire Biker. Mint is their premium travel club. You see, I'm a stranger to premium travel. Can't believe I've got Telescope 20. Yeah, alibi. Senior presiding judge. I'm just going to sit here and take the pummeling that is coming my way. So let's have a look. Yorkshire Biker, Hammy, usual suspects here. Mohawk, Scotland. Anyone else want to reverse over a beaten man? Unbelievable. Said it weren't going to happen today as well. Jeez Louise. I think it was a tail fin, to be fair, that sort of tessellated type pattern. Anyway, it's not much of an explanation, but it's the best one I've got. Plane in the background, as well as the inbound. Well, the main thing is Telescope 10, that challenge happens on the 18th of August. We can kind of think about what I need to do for a Telescope 20 challenge. Rab will be gutted he's missed that one, as will Nell. And Alexandra, can't believe it. Shows you, you've got to be here to know. Can't bluff it out, can I? No, Hammy, it's all my own work. Although technically Eddie owns at least one of those telescopes. I'm kind of accepting it for the team, really. Definitely think Eddie was involved with one, but I'm going to have it. Anyway, HGC, you're right. Let's get the EasyJet moving. Get the emoji going. Let's get this plane gone. Off to Milan. Walk to Edinburgh, says Carl Shield. You're all hot. Sure you wouldn't like it to rain as well, or perhaps I'll do it in December. I couldn't cycle to Edinburgh, Carl. So United have pushed back on what I can only presume is the Washington flight. JetBlue are at the other end of the track, waiting for ATC to nod them out, and Brussels Airlines are inbound with their spotty liveried A320. Today's plane Oscar Sierra November Lima, 21 years of age. Still a fair way out at the minute, around 1300 feet, nicely into finals. Good afternoon to anybody that has just joined the show. We are literally into the last 45 minutes or so of our live stream from Edinburgh Airport. Bags of action to come your way though, so great way to spend the next 45 minutes. If you could drop us a like, that would be great, and if you're not yet subscribed, come on, give it a go, it's free. Anyway, I'm not sure why I'm looking. Funnily enough, I can hear you. No change there. JetBlue, the source of today's distraction that led to Telescope 20. So the inbound Brussels flight took off 1 hour and 17 minutes ago. So let's do that now. In a jiffy. So it's all transatlantic now. United on their way to Washington. JetBlue further up the track, lining up to return to New York JFK. That one. Somebody's on finals, and that'll be Aer Lingus with their ATR 72 from Dublin. Hammy says, Telescope 20, an hour's housework, and Mrs. PSA has to film me. No one would watch it, Hammy. It would be too abject. Although, you suggesting that, I'm surprised you've not made it longer. I'm a domestic god, me. Actually, do I mean dog rather than god? Yeah, okay. Moderate. Yeah, less than good, moderate is my domestic prowess. I'm good at most of the stuff that's not difficult but needs elbow grease. Operating the washing machine, way outside my pay grade. Unless you want your clothes shrinking. Let's have a closer look at Spotty. Yeah, that's a nice livery. United just starting to nose forward, so we'll pick that one up in a minute. Hammy, you're all gold, mate. You really are. You're a mate. I think Mrs. PSA might say, why only 1 hour? But of course, if you're going to live stream it or video the highlights, brevity is probably everybody's friend. So here we go. I think the crosswind component might make this a little bit more challenging. Just keeps getting gustier. Of course, the ATRs are very good on the wind, but always look quite skittish. So checking out some of that turboprop and Aer Lingus emoji action. Dopey Corp, Yorkshire Biker, HGC, Robbo and SC Aviation. Tony Rivers, you supposed right, mate. I got seduced by a JetBlue. Just forgot I was streaming other planes until a Jet 2 came streaking down the runway. At least it was an arrival and not a departure. I think the Sex Pistols had a song, did they not? Pretty Vacant. I'm not going to try and sing that to you, but I reckon I must have been pretty vacant. Mark's so pretty, he's so pretty. He's vacant. I did say we're going to do that, didn't I? What's everyone got for dinner? I'm famished. As soon as I've got this into the box, in the car, I'm going to have the heater on in August. And get stuck into me pack up. So what we've got for inbound action, we have got some, promise you that. We've got KLM, Smiley Dolphin inbound with an Embraer 195 E2. Second time we've seen that particular aircraft type during the show. Hammy, wouldn't like you to measure me for a suit. Qatar Airways long finals, 110 miles out. Roger that. Sort of Newcastle-ish then, or a bit north of Newcastle perhaps. Perhaps. I'll be darned. A nice bit of Wookiee music. That's the best Wookiee I've heard at Edinburgh for a while. Proper yawn. Just going to go to our spotty Brussels for a minute, see if we can catch a little bit of the initial D-board. They're racing each other down the stairs. Tony Rivers, what do you mean you'd be shocked, but you'd say you'd be shocked, but you'd be lying? It's terrible. Oh dear. Got to take it on the chin. Tony's right, there were a couple of close calls. It's a roller coaster you get with plain sailing aviation. Oh dear. I must admit, I'm smiling a lot more than I should be. But I'm going to have a celebratory swig of water. I just realised with it being cold, I'm not really drinking very much. That looks a fairly full flight, doesn't it? KLM has come back our way, so let's have it. Any room at the inn? Yeah, saved it a berth at the front. Looks like it might be raining up in the Pentland Hills at the minute, I think. Look at the visibility over the far side of yonder. So our 350 is where, I ask myself. Still in Northumberland. Somewhere between Otterburn and Bellingham. Estimated to be with us at 6 minutes past 1. So that is our finale heavy, the Qatar Airways A350. We're definitely light on arrival action. Just having a quick look to see what the departure picture looks like. Boy, is that wind whipping. Ooh, a bit more Wookiee. Final Wookiee. Looks like we've got the VistaJet Embraer Phenom 300 fired up. Let's just go and bob onto that because it's unusually parked over on the cargo park. So there we go. That baby is off to Paris LBG. If I knew what I could remember the LBG. Good afternoon, Alex Lester. Hope you're keeping well. Certainly I'm in good shape here. Hope you are doing well, that's the main thing. Also, we've got to push back over here as well, so Loganair are scooting off somewhere. So that's the plane on camera. I'll keep an eye on the phenomenon. Plane you're looking at is off to Stornoway. 21 likes away from 300. Folks, it'd be fantastic if we could finish with anything north of 300. It is a good day out, so you know, we'll see how we do. Yeah, Michelle Johnson, we have been a bit light on the old Wookiee sounds here at Edinburgh, but that 195 has come up trumps really. Looks like we've got a Ryanair transponding as well for departure to Belfast. Although it says here, yeah, scheduled to go 12:55, so looking good. Alibi 58, thanks for putting the link up. New members or returning members, remember the Facebook group is there for you. If you're a Facebook user or Facebook neutral even, give it a go. Just copy and paste that link into your browser and we'll admit you as a friend. Optimus Toaster, good afternoon to you. You're off to Stornoway next week from Inverness. Awesome stuff. How are you keeping, my friend, anyway? And let's get your fireworks up. 2 months membership. Can you hear that wind? It is proper getting up. Even my hands are cold. Right, Optimus Toaster, thanks for your support, my friend. Fireworks up. As you'll have seen in the back of that shot, there's a Ryanair. It's the Belfast flight pushing back. There's the tail, teasing us. Teasing us, then pleasing us. Oh, Bennett, this is crackers now. Yeah, there's no way if it rains, it's definitely not going to be covered off with a brolly. In fact, I can just feel the drizzle. Alright, Optimus Toasters off to Stornoway for work. What do you do? Do tell. Sounds fascinating. I'm thinking oil industry is what I'm thinking. But how do I know? Ah, and you've been hiking in the Highlands instead of watching the streams. Well, do you know what? I like a good walk as well. Oh, crikey, I think I might just have to move towards plan B. Sorry folks, I'm just going to coat up. It might be a bit of a rustle. Just getting ready for what might be the inevitable deluge. You will see that Stornoway departure run across the front of the 757 where the camera is. That was quite good from a rapid response, get your coat on quick mark kind of thing. There you go, there's your Stornoway departure. Let's take that ride. Oh, Bennett. You've got to love British summertime. But anyway, Optimus Toaster, yeah, hiking in the Highlands sounds fantastic. Now this should be a regulation turn and burn, shouldn't it? Nothing on finals, no runway inspections. Ryanair Belfast departure has finally fully revealed itself from the back of the terminal building. So looks like we've got continuity of action while we await the Qatar Airways A350. Oops, overzealous panning. So some love there for the tartan of Loganair, Michelle Johnson, HGC and a Robbo, all waving it off with a tartan flourish. Optimus Toaster, civil engineer, working in renewable infrastructure. That sounds incredibly cool. Definitely a growth sector. So next out is the Ryanair 737 to Belfast. Well, the good thing is, putting the coat on has caused the drizzle to suddenly stop as quickly as it started. Although the wind's at a fairly constant tempo. See, according to the Met bods, 17 degrees right now. Is it else 17 degrees? Yorkshire biker. I can't see you getting a stint on the comedians. Oh, very good. And we're off. Thought we'd never get going. Still rammed over at Truckfest. We're taking some serious money. Thank you, Audrey McDonald, confirming we are in touching distance of 300 likes. 9 to do it. Come on, folks. You know it makes sense. Tickle the like the like, smash the like, whatever works. But oh, our phenob's moving. I've been trying to watch it out the corner of my eye, but it's such a tiny target. Perfectly formed though. Isn't that stylish? I think this is going to be pocket rocket of the day. I've seen bigger fireworks, it's gorgeous. Somebody's on finals, but I think the way this is taxiing, he's been told to get on with it. And duly obliging. Right, showtime. Give it some Wally. Well, definitely pocket rocketed the day. How's that engine test going? Looks like they're between phases. Anyway, you know what this is? No introduction needed. Saw one of these babies earlier on in the show. Qatar Airways A350 900. Tell you what, midday temperatures in Doha today, 44 degrees Celsius. I think this could be a bit of a culture shock. What do you reckon? I'm going to go bottom up. HGC A350 plane of the day. Michelle Johnson, Yorkshire biker Sarah Louise, Simony, hi Simony, Gary Fleming, Robbo, all give him plenty of A350 power. Those emojis getting a good spanking. Absolutely lovely. How'd you follow that? I'll tell you what you follow that with. You follow that with an ATR. Inbound from Newquay, we've got Loganair. I think we saw this aircraft at the start of the show. Anyway, that's our next baby. It's about 1 hour 28 minutes ago. Yeah, I mean, I think that 757, it's going to cost you a bit. Oh, yeah. I think it's good to go. I think we'll rest with this plane because that 350 is still on its way on to Livingston, I think. Takes a good roll out, doesn't it? Good afternoon, skating banana. Yeah, and by 58, the flight radar rather tricked me as well. Don't know what that was all about. Anyway, good afternoon and welcome to anybody that has just joined the show. Welcome to Edinburgh. We're towards the back end of our Sunday show. I think we'll be running for about another 15 minutes. Plan was to finish about 1:15. Seems to be the most sensible thing to do. Anyway, I hope your Sunday is going well. And we'll see what we can do for the remainder of the show to keep it on that trajectory. Yeah, Sarah Louise was in the house, Hammy. Right, bit of ATR time. Ooh. Crosswind just tickling it. There's A350. SunExpress have just pushed back, turned, and they're on their way out. But I'm afraid I've only got eyes for this baby. Right, like, countdown, 6 more for 300. It's game on, isn't it, really? I reckon we can do it. I always feel a sort of tinge of sadness when I see this plane coming, because it kind of says back end of the show. We see it at the start, we see it at the end. Look at that. Right, bit of SunExpress in the meantime, otherwise I'll get telescope 21. Pretty sure this is going to Antalya. Pretty sure. We ain't got very far. 3 more like, says Audrey. Suspense is building. We've got an ATR on its way in. I think we'll stick with the plan, finish at 1/4 past. I think there's enough action to make it worth a while. Don't be warm. You're a hanging judge. You really are. Absolutely not. I thought for a minute, I half read the message. I thought, is Dopey going to be proposing that I get some kind of a remission for good behaviour or something? And actually, Telescope 20 is rescinded. Yeah, Alibi 58. God does love a trier, doesn't he? I think Dopey Gorp would run me over and reverse back over me just to check how I am. Right, hold that thought. ATR time. So that Loganair ATR is definitely finding the wind a little bit stronger than it was earlier in the show. Let's see how it is this time. Same really. It's moving me. Is happening? Well, EasyJet are making a bolt for the door just over there, so let's get locked onto that. Plane you were looking at, if I can keep up with it, going out both ends. Off to Birmingham. A320 200, a CO, not a NEO. Somebody on finals ish, in the most literal extension of the term. Looks like we've got a Loganair from Bergen just about to line itself up now actually. Good afternoon, Rab H. How goes it from Knockhill? Right, track is clear, turn and go. Right, Telescope 21 to be averted. Inbound from Bergen, is this Loganair? Good afternoon, Forbes. Hope you're keeping well. Oh, Tony Rivers has hit the gong for 300 likes. Thank you, friends. Really appreciated. So next inbound looks like a Jet2.com. No, Jet2 Holidays liveried 737 from Alicante. Next in. Yeah, fantastic support in the chat. Love you to bits. One and all. One and all. Alibi 58. Love you to bits too, my friend. Just the right amount though. Thank you so much for gifting a membership. That is awesome support to the channel. Thank you so much. And who got it? John Driscoll. Excellent stuff. As we know John, so I've got time for the fireworks. Hang on, our 7.5 has moved. We'll do the fireworks when the next plane comes in, I think. Looks like the test went well. British Airways, not Jet2, I'm one out. Must have clicked on the wrong plane on flight radar. Good thing I'm not tasking missiles, isn't it? I'm going to suppose that might be the first arrival of the day from London City. I had to stick my neck out. Embraer 190, whichever way you want to cut it. Looks like they're packing away that 757. Spun it round on a sixpence. Craig Hicks, good afternoon to you, Craig. Right, let's get caught up. So, Alibi 58's fireworks. I'm not done there. I've seen another green flash on the screen. Ian Nicholson, already been generous to us in the show, splashing us another gifted. Thank you, my friend. Ed got that one. Don't know Ed, but Ed, if you're watching, hi and welcome. Ian Nicholson, here's your fireworks, mate. I think we are at that point where we're going to bring the show to a close, I think. Let's just have a look. It's just gone 1:15. So for punctuality, we ain't doing too bad. Fireworks too loud. Sorry, Alibi, I wish someone had told me that sooner. I suppose your hangover won't be helping. Finnair A350 fan Dallas, Australia. Face is just frozen. Good morning to you. And Josh Colavecchio. I've not said that right, but Josh, hello to you in Australia, and I'm so glad you're enjoying the stream. My pleasure to say hi to you, it really is. And if there's anybody else that is watching but not in the chat, and you're not yet subscribed, do hit that button. Then you can get in the chat and say hi, and yeah, it's just such a great community. All ends up. Right, this is what we're going to do. We're going to wave this one out, the next one in, and then I'll do my usual wrap up with the camera and go from there. Thanks, Yorkshire Biker. Ali Bhai, clearly still on the road to recovery. Why is it no one's ever sympathetic about a hangover? Probably enviousness of the good time that's been had. Scottish Linda, God love you. Are you doing this to give Ali Bhai a headache or show us some love? I know it's the latter, so thank you so much. We'll do the fireworks in a minute. Thank you, Linda. Bit of a queue developing here, lots of EasyJets popping out from all over the Oppie. Phil at Sco, good afternoon to you. Right, Scottish Linda, here's your fireworks. All happening now, just as we like it for a finale moment. So we'll stick with this British Airways Embraer as it zooms past all of the gates on our side. That surprised me. EasyJet inbound. EasyJet's left, right and centre here. So it's quite a good moment to bring it to a sensible pause. Is that a new rudder on that Embraer? I rather fancy it is. Final landing of the show. Oops, could be if the focus held. We'll do a quick due diligence check. There is nothing sexy off the starboard bow. So yeah, EasyJets here, here, there, and there. We'll not stay on air for all of those, you get the general idea once you've seen a couple of them, don't you? Keep you from your dinner. See if I'm up to date with the chat. I think I am near as you can be for me. So the inbound plane is an EasyJet from Lisbon as well, so it kind of looks like. I'll throw this one to the chat. Is there anything we're expecting in the next 15 or 20 minutes that is sexy? Right, this is, oh, there's one more landing to squeeze in. One last one. I know someone's already trademarked at home with one more plane, but it is that EasyJet from Lisbon. It's just too close to not get. So this is actually the last arrival of the show. Is that you, Linda, offering Alibi a medicinal slap around the head to help dislodge the hangover? That's team spirited at PSA. That's how we are, isn't it? I was thinking a couple of hours in front of that 757 on the engine test would be quite good. Yeah, we are definitely in that phase. So, just bear with me, folks, while I make myself decent. Hang on, what have I done, Dopey Gore? Which landing have I missed? No, apart from the obvious one. Oh, Michelle says one more. Oh dear. Nobody's on finals, are they? So it's. Just going to get myself organised. Well, that'll be the last departure. We've done the last arrival. Remember, you're going to be seeing a bit more of me later this week, so. Oh, I'm really sorry. Very, really sorry. Right, team, you've been fantastic. So let's bring the show to orderly close. If I can just get myself. Well, there you go. It's Sunday lunchtime here at Edinburgh Airport. You think I got a hangover how I'm performing at the minute? Hope you're feeling better, Alibi. Thank you so much, everybody. It's been superb support. Massive shout out to the moderators team. Dopey Gorp, Les Donaldson, Alibi 58. We saw a bit of Alexandra Wood briefly to say hi. Rab8 just joined us from Knockhill, and Nell W is down on the farm anyway in Eiffel, so you know, fantastic support one and all. Major love shown to the show throughout. We've done really well, and everything we've taken today straight on content. Case in point being we're off to Aberdeen on Thursday and Friday of this week. Thumbnails will go out between now and tomorrow morning, and of course we'll squeeze a small Edinburgh stream here on the way. I'll just break the journey, do a couple of hours here and carry on, as long as it's not raining. Just remember, telescopes don't count at this end of the day. Loads of pages to go through the book, so I'm just going to try and read my handwriting as best I can. If I miss anyone, I'll make it right when I do the community post. You know, I don't do it on purpose, but I know Kofi's been mucking me about today. The chat bot's not been working properly. So Ash Watts celebrated 6 months with the channel. Fabulous loyalty. Dopey Gorp, 15 months. Oh dear, I'm having my... You think I'd remember? Oh, Oscar Sinclair told me there were Mohawk Scotland, or is that Graham I'm going to stay with the names in the book because my head's fogged and I hate to get people confused. Oscar Sinclair very kindly PayPal'd us. Graham Case very generously Kofi'd us. Sarah Louise hit 9 months with the channel. Terry the Artist 9 months with the channel. Political Bias, very kindly Kofi donated us. Ian Nicholson, by my tally, gifted us very generously 4 memberships. Political Bias also gifted us a membership. Gary Fleming, past 5 months with us. Tim Smothers super chatted us. Michelle Johnson very generously dropped us 10 gifted memberships. John McKenzie also very generously donated us a Kofi donation. Hammy past 11 months with the channel. Linda Stegana, I think I might be getting better at that, very kindly, and the first time I met Linda, donated 10 memberships. Scottish Linda, past 3 months with the channel and also gifted us a membership. Optimus Toaster, 2 months celebrated with the channel. Alibi 58, complete with sore head, also gifted us a membership. Remember, all the action in the background doesn't count as a telescope. So, I really hope to see you later this week. Thursday morning here at Edinburgh, Thursday afternoon perhaps at Aberdeen, or the early morning show from Aberdeen Friday morning. You've just been immense. Thank you so much for the support, and I really look forward to seeing you soon. I'm going to film the Ryanair taking off and then just cut the feed. In fact, there's something behind that on finals. I might do that one for you as well. Let me just quickly check the chat while I'm thinking about it, in case there's anything I'm missing. Get out of here, don't pick up. I'm not taking Telescope 21 for that one. That is, yes, Sarah Louise, helicopters are us really, is Aberdeen. It's awesome there, and it'd be nice to get there before the winter gets in on us. Right, let's get to the right side of the camera. So yeah, I do love Aberdeen. I know it's very popular with many of our members. There's a lofty. What do you reckon, folks? Yay or nay? Do we finish with that departure? Well, let's look to the bottom of the chat. I was going to finish it with the plane that's currently inbound, but this feels a bit more like it, doesn't it? HGC, entirely my pleasure. Thank you for being part of the great scene that we are. Community at this channel, second to none. So yeah, as long as Lufty goes out seamlessly, that will be the real, genuinely, very last plane of the show. Yeah, Jonathan McD is right, so Louise. Busiest heliport, I think, in the world at one time. I don't know if it's still true for the world. It's certainly true for the UK. Might be true for the world. The weather could be a bit of a tickle rab, to be honest. But it always rains on me in Aberdeen. We'll take a bit of rain in our stride. Right. Final plane of the show is this one. Something nice, particularly nice. Hammy, have I missed your Kofi? I don't know if Hammy, I do apologise, buddy. It's not showing here. Oh, it is now. It's just having to refresh. Hammy, you're a mate. Thank you for that. And if I've missed anybody else, please do sing up. Without the chat bot, it's a bit harder. Hammy's fireworks first. Let's get Hammy's fireworks on the screen. hope he's just not been firing up properly with the notifications. Hammy, thank you so much, mate. God, I've been really embarrassed if I've missed that. It's a horrible feeling if you miss anything, and usually you get the chatbot tell you, and it auto updates, but for some reason the chatbot's not working and it's not auto updating. You think it was Sunday or something, wouldn't you? Thank you, my friend. Citation latitude in 5 minutes. What am I to do? What do you want me to do, team? Do you want the citation? Anyway, I'm really glad I caught that. I would have felt absolutely wretched. Thanks for your understanding. That's the other thing, you see, with such a great team in our corner, if you don't do things right, it really smarts. Right, we are going to finish with that citation from Northolt. I keep moving it, don't I, to the right or the left, I don't know. To the right, isn't it? So Lufty's holding. It's clearly going to wait for the Air Charter Scotland Cessna 680A citation latitude. Say that after several pints. Be tricky. Good afternoon, Becky Davis. How you doing? And RSVP. Hope you're both keeping well. Sarah Louise, Rob's gone for a lie down. I bet he's on the bike today as well, you know. Yeah, looks like Lufty is going to get to go before the incoming bizjet. I can see it inbound. So we'll wave this out, do the bizjet, and I really will cut the feed. I do love a bizjet though. Right, here we go. So final call on likes as well, I guess, while we await the bizjet arrival. Where did we finish on likes? Let's have a quick butchers. 313, so we didn't just get 300, we got north of it, so thank you everybody. But if you've just joined the show or haven't quite got round to it, you've got a small number of minutes before that moment passes. As soon as our bizjet lands, we'll cut the feed. I'll get stuck into my nose bag, which is otherwise known as my pack up. I still can't believe we got away with the rain as well, other than those small seconds where a little bit of drizzle come out of nowhere. Les Donaldson, that's why I finished the show early, mate, to avoid the Pegasus in case it made any time. Apparently they've got one in special livery as well. Ooh, there's a Wookiee in the background. Just giving you a little bit more of a shot of your plane of the day, Gary. Right, Bisjet, here it comes. Super stylish. So whatever you're doing between now and Thursday, stay safe and have as much fun as you possibly can, folks. You've been absolutely awesome. Thank you so much. See you soon.